want to win a national championship. Desmond Howard's got them in college football playoff. I'm just saying Pittsburgh is a team that could be off the radar. Now, they lose this game. Yeah. They're dead and buried. But Pittsburgh could be interesting if Keaton Slovis plays extremely well tonight.
I'm surprised how big a win how one-sided do you think that game's going to be?
And that's going to be bad for Neil Brown.
I hate it for Neil Brown. We're a fan of his. He's been on the show a number of times. I would hate to see it go south for him. But, man, you got that as a 3-touchdown win. You're on Pitt this year.
I like Pitt.
You like Pitt.
Yeah, you do. And mostly because of the interior line play. All those guys are back.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're really good, especially for the ACC up front.
Okay, 4 teams who will win their games tonight, but it'll be interesting to watch how this will be their storyline to me. First off, Wake Forest without the quarterback.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that'll be interesting to watch as they take on VMI tonight. Minnesota, New Mexico State, easy win, but that's my pick to win the Big Ten West. It's to see how they look tonight. Fresno State's going to be sneaky good this year. You got a really good quarterback, and Cal Poly's their opponent tonight. You can watch them play.
Hey, so Minnesota, back to that. You know who the head coach for New Mexico State is?
It's Jerry Kill.
It's Jerry Kill.
Yeah,
I
saw him.
Former coach.
Yep, I saw him in the Nevada-New Mexico State game last Saturday.
And they got beat pretty bad. Their offense is awful, and Jerry Kill is nervous about. He's like, life is weird. That I'm coming back to Minnesota. He's afraid he's going to get booed tonight.
Why would he get booed? I mean, I don't think they were any good until he was
a 500 coach. Now, Fleck has taken them to another level.
But on his shoulders. I wouldn't boo him at all.
No, I don't think they should. But remember, Tracy Claeys took over. Yep. There was some controversy. He was fired. A lot of people thought it was because of his look. I think there were some lawsuits there.
But keep in mind, Jerry Kill kept passing out on the sidelines, right? He was having medical issues.
Epileptic seizures,
Yeah, which is weird that he's back because that New Mexico State job is awful. That may be the worst job in college football.
I don't know if it would be more stressful because there's no expectation.
There are
none for yourself.
But, I mean, you play an awful schedule because you're not a conference member. So you're having, it's just a terrible, terrible job.
Yeah,
that's a weird one he came back to.
I would agree with that. What's success tonight for Bryant Vincent at UAB? Because the point spread on that was put out by Scores and Odds at 34, which seemed a little hefty for me.
I will say that they run for 400 yards tonight, 400 rushing yards.
Now Vincent calls the plays. You got 2 quarterbacks you're working in, but you've got 4 running backs that they love.
The 4 running backs, I think you'll have multiple guys go over 100 yards. I think it'll be 400 total rushing yards. I don't think you can do anything to impress. Stay healthy, win the game by 35 plus, move on.
Yeah, and if you got a crowd over 30,000 tonight, if it starts approaching 40,000, but over 30,000, we know what that'll look like in that stadium. It'll look almost full for a football game. That'll be huge.
I'm going to look. Somebody sent me a thing, and I don't know if I can get it in time, showing the ticket availability. I don't know if it was secondary market or actual UAB site, and there were only like 3 sections where you could buy tickets. So if they are doing that well, that's going to be a heck of a crowd.
Yeah. Which is, it's a good time. With Bill stepping down, it'd be a good time for UAB fans to get out and show their love for the program tonight.
Yeah.
A lot of people will be watching.
That's the only actual UAB site. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 sections out of, I don't know how many are protective stadium, 40, where I can actually buy tickets. So that's an indicator maybe that I can't buy very many different sections from the UAB actual website. That could be a pretty good crowd tonight. You mentioned it, though. It's a very smart move by Mark Ingram and UAB to play the in-state HBCU schools.
That's right.
Alabama State, Alabama A&M. A lot of fans of both of those schools right here in Birmingham. They bring good crowds. They bring their band. It's a good home opener for them.
Great atmosphere tonight. Tripp says DraftKings has UAB favored 40.5.
I didn't see it that heavy, but I'm not surprised. I thought it was in the 30s.
All right. Always a fun show there. Rockstar Forrester Lunsford, thank you for that. Taylor has everything rolling on the social media sites. Remember, at Next Round Live, go search that wherever you get your podcast, on Twitter, Instagram as well. Drinks with Dunaway is up. And the way the picture is, you can't tell what we're drinking there.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, they blanked out the bottle. So you got to go see it to see what the drink is for your tailgate this weekend. Enjoy the games today. We are back tomorrow, 9 Central, to react to the Thursday night and set you up for the big weekend, including the home openers for Alabama and Auburn. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Oh, man, I thought I was going to be 2-0 last night on the stake bet. Lucky with a hook to get out with a 1-1 split and not lose anymore in our New York Butcher Shop stake bets last evening. What a fun night of Thursday night football there, man. I wish every opening Thursday night had those kind of games.
Man, I mean, that really was exciting, both of those games. I mean, coming down to – I mean, both were, by Vegas standards, decided by a half point.
Yeah,
I mean, Penn State was -3.5. They won the game by 4. Pitt was -7.5. They win the game by 7. But both had a lot of drama. I mean, not great matchups that you would be really excited about if this was the middle of football season. But, boy, what a way to kick off Thursday night.
I mean, 2 entertaining games, good atmospheres. I mean, that backyard brawl atmosphere was fantastic. ESPN did a good job, I think, of capturing that and the history of the rivalry. And
I couldn't tell who had more fans.
I know. I thought it was about a 50-50 crowd.
Pat Narduzzi could.
Yeah.
It was like it was all Pitt Nation, baby. He wasn't listening to the same game I was.
Yeah.
He was blasting ESPN. And listen, you can line up and take shots at ESPN all you want, but that would sound like a 50-50 split to me, maybe 60-40 Pitt, but it was a good – I love the atmosphere. Listen, it's one of those games that if you put it on Thursday night and start off every season,
I'm in.
I'm okay with
Yeah,
that, man.
you remember when
yeah.
Kentucky-Louisville used to start every year?
Yeah, that one never rose up for me.
It didn't.
That was always on Monday, though, right? Or Sunday?
It was like a Labor Day or the Sunday, but you paid more attention to Kentucky-Louisville there than you ever would on rivalry weekend.
Yes.
And I'm with you. Backyard brawl. I don't have a lot of like great backyard brawl memories. The only one I have was the time West Virginia was going to play for a national championship, and the Big East officials did everything they could to help them do that, and Pitt still won the game. They highlighted that one last night. That's really the only backyard brawl I can remember. So it's not like one that has resonated with me historically, but I'm with you. If that was our first Thursday night, like
every year,
the way Egg Bowl is my Thanksgiving night, that's my first Thursday night of backyard brawl. I'll buy into that.
And it's not the only one I want that night, but I liked having it on one TV last night. Bob says he thinks West Virginia and Pitt needed to be played in the snow. I just like we don't have as many coal miners and steel workers in America as we used to, but I just love that, the root of that rivalry was deep into the coal miners versus steel workers. I mean,
very blue collar.
I mean, that was a hell of a rivalry back in the day.
I mean, you could tell that these players, they've never played each other and they hated each other already.
Yes.
Which, I mean, that's, again, you talked about this yesterday. That's what makes college football so great is the rivalries, and one that we hadn't seen in 11 years, but it picked right back up.
I mean, over-under of the fights leaving that stadium last night. Because,
the way that game was settled, yes.
I mean, the West Virginia fans thought they had it for a while.
Yep.
We'll get into that after we talk about our boy Lunsford on the back row, who I think went 1-0-1 last night at mybookie.ag.
Oh, how about that?
Because I think MyBookie had it at 7, not 7.5. So,
good for you. Did you get it at 7?
Yes.
Yeah, I had to.
I did, yeah.
Okay, I think most of my guys. I had Pitt. I mean, that was the only game. I was 2-1. I had Pitt, Penn State, and then we had Minnesota late. So we were 2-1, but we lost that one by a half. I just go with scores and odds to keep it universal, but I'm sure most of my guys, if they got it at 7.5, bought it down to 7.
Yeah, really good. MyBookie AG, who may have a new member that's a Beaver believer later tonight. Tonight, maybe when I sign up to be ready to go tomorrow. Aren't we all? I'm wearing the T-shirt for America.
I see that. Dunaway. The Bills and Rams are kicking off the NFL regular season, so now is the time to prepare for your winning season at mybookie.ag. Whether you're a veteran bettor or a first-timer, MyBookie gets you the most for your money with a double deposit bonus. Quick and easy. This is what Dunaway's going to do. He's going to deposit $250, and he's going to end up with $500 in his account.
Wow, that's a 100% increase.
Actually, probably going to end up with $5 in his account. I was probably right to begin with. You can use your funds to bet instantly on as many games, contests, and props as you would like. To claim that bonus, register today using the promo code NEXTROUND. That is NEXTROUND. This is designed to add more excitement at the games and sports you love. Bet on team win totals. Predict the Super Bowl winner. Use the MyBookie prop builder and secure the bag. Your winning season begins today exclusively at MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag, code next round.
Everybody gambled this week. And what were you guys doing in 2001? I just saw something in the chat room. It's going to make you feel old.
In 2001, I was the main sports anchor at NBC 13. And Maggie and I were raising
Arizona.
A nice young daughter who at 2001 had just turned 1. So she was grabbing the cake and putting it in her mouth in December. So what about you? What were you doing in 2001?
I was 2 years into marriage. I was about to start my first full-time show with Scott Griffin. I was doing specialty shows at Jackson selling. I was in my 20s. The reason I bring this up, Brown, what about you?
Oh, Lance, I think, I was looking back here, I believe I was working at Jocks, I think. Is that right? Was
2001?
2000, Close.
Close?
I thought you started in 2002.
No, I think you're right. I think I did, yeah. I don't really know, Lance.
Oh, you were the Alabama.
Anyway, you were an adult.
You were the Alabama News Network at that point.
Alabama Radio Network, not the ones that do
You were
the
married,
games.
though, right?
Yeah. I got married in 2000.
So think about it. We're all married paying taxes. I just saw today that it's that Will Anderson turns 21 today.
So Will Anderson was
born in 2001 today.
Like he could be my child.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
No, I've seen you play. He could not be your child.
If Will was my child, I would be very excited about my future.
You wouldn't
I
be here
would be
today. You would have
too.
won the lottery.
Yeah.
I'd adopt him right now at 21.
Yes, no doubt. Well, happy birthday, Will.
I don't know if the T and T Rice is for Terry, but back it up, Terry.
What you doing?
Terry said he got 8 6.5 last night. So did Goose.
No, I think a lot of
Terry.
people did. So hopefully most of my guys went 3-0 last night. Worst case 2-0-1. But do you ever, when you're sitting at a bar or a restaurant and it says, if you were born before or after this, you can't. You're not legally.
Yeah.
And now it says 2001.
I know. I do feel old when I say
Oh
that.
my God.
But I always think somebody every day has to remember to come in and change that. Like every single day, somebody's going to remember.
What a pain in the ass.
And write the new date on there.
Maybe we should invent one that changes automatically with your Apple Watch or something. I bet they have those.
I
in
like
places.
there was a Mexican restaurant I used to go to that you know how it has that up and it says the person in charge is.
Yeah.
And the guy's name was Jesus. So it said the person in
sure it
charge.
wasn't
It looked
Jesus?
like it said the person in charge is Jesus.
Yes,
And I'm like,
amen.
well, of course Jesus is in charge, right?
Yes.
I like this establishment. Apparently there were so many photos, they had to put a sign next to it that said, please do not make photos of this.
Why?
The person in charge is I'm like,
Why would a photo of that change anything?
It's so good.
We would sponsor it and put a logo right beside it.
Not only is the person in charge Jesus,
Jesus is brought to you by. No rock star today. Tyler, the intern, running all the controls. He's on the Hydra
Look at
Live therapy camera right there.
What kind of demonic, satanic sweatshirt do you have on there?
wow.
Is Jesus in charge of yours?
You're supposed to do something goofy
No,
for the
what is
camera
that,
like Rockstar
Tyler?
does. Oh,
Yeah.
It's just a random brand.
or just a random brand, Lance.
Okay,
Normally, you do a lot of concert shirts, don't you? Or music group shirts.
Mainly, yeah.
Mainly, yeah. So we assume that was a music group.
I ran across somebody that loves liquid metal not long ago. Do you like liquid metal?
Is that the Sirius XM station?
It's
Yeah, I
like
mean, it's
46, I think.
It's complete over-the-top racket. Things that, like, if you go to hell, you probably have to listen to it.
No, I'm
24/7.
talking about molten aluminum.
You know what just happened?
What?
We're to the point now where
This is how old we are.
no, Sirius XM sounds old.
It
He
really
made
does,
that sound old. He goes, "Is that the Sirius
Sirius
XM
XM?
channel?"
Oh, so you don't listen to Sirius
so
XM?
No, I don't have it in my car. I
Okay.
just play everything off my phone.
Yeah. That's what the kids do these days.
That's what you do next round.
Listen,
Download it.
We're counting on an entire
Subscribe.
generation of you continuing to do that, Tyler.
I have lived long
Yeah.
enough. I've lived from in my dad's truck when I was a kid. It was only an AM radio, to FM radio, to Sirius XM, to where now Sirius XM sounds like you're old and over the hill.
Well, we had the question, what came first, Sirius or XM, the other night at Trivia?
Yeah, because you kids, Tyler, don't remember. They used to be separate items.
Yeah,
and
it was
they merged.
XM.
Do you guys...
I seem to remember Sirius being first, actually, Jim.
I think it was XM.
Now that I throw it out, I don't remember.
don't really remember,
Here's what I
do you?
remember, though, is one was in 1992, the other was in 99. Did you guys realize they
92,
came
they
out?
were separated by 7 years?
Well, I can't believe they came out that early. I don't remember. satellite radio in the 90s?
I just remember I thought XM was the better name because she had AM, FM,
Yeah, I
XM.
agree.
Yeah.
But Sirius had the better mascot.
It was
Bulldog.
it was like a it was a status symbol too. You used to have to go get the little thing that you put in your car.
Yeah.
Like the little thing that got the actual satellite radio. And if you saw that in a car, you're like, ooh, big money right
Satellite
there.
radio.
Yeah.
Nick says XM was first. I thought it was too.
Okay, well, and XM was 1992.
Yep. And this is going to shock you. I had it first. Not first in the world, but I had
yeah.
XM first.
You
and
adopted early, didn't
then
you?
when Sirius came out, everyone was saying Sirius was better, so I went to Sirius. Then I went back to XM. Then I went to Sirius. I was back and forth.
Well, I liked Sirius because they had Howard Stern.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could only get him on Sirius early.
All right, back to football in just a second. But I brought you up, Tyler, for a reason. Tyler, I walked in right before the show started. I got two questions for you. The first one, I walked in, I was like, since Rockstar's out, you got to have a playhouse for us today. Rockstar's Playhouse, Tyler's Playhouse. Do you have one for us?
I haven't been here long enough to know what that is.
He doesn't even know what.
Been here long enough to know what that is.
Is there a box under that computer to the left right there? You see any boxes to the right of you? To your right, my left? Is there a box of anything like a wig or anything? Yeah. There you go.
Look at Tyler. Oh, yeah. You're halfway home.
You put on that hat. Now have something funny to say about 12:25 today.
You got some time to think about it.
Well, that's quite the look.
Liquid metal meets hayseed right there, my friend.
That's right.
Hee-haw meets Metallica. Appreciate that. All right.
Hilarious.
Tyler,
What's the smoked sausage with the dude on the front that's got the hat?
Oh,
Put it
Jimmy
back
Dean.
on real
Jimmy
quick.
Dean.
Jimmy Dean.
Yeah, I wish we could find a Jimmy Dean. I don't know how quick you are on that, but put the hat back on. You're Jimmy Dean.
Yeah.
We put overalls on Tyler. He literally is Jimmy Dean.
Okay,
We've built the segment for you, Tyler.
Yeah, you're Jimmy Dean now.
with live football to talk about last night. We'll get to that in a second.
I know.
We'll get
This
to that in a
is-
second.
You got to do the images. Yeah, here we go.
Teaching him how to do it.
Oh.
You're going to want to go to the. Go back up. You want to go to that one, the album one, over to the far right with the little cowboy hat.
Come back,
That's a good one too,
No,
right there.
I'm talking about the cartoon character.
Oh,
It's
no,
on the
that's not
sausage.
Jimmy Dean.
That's
I'll
not
find
Jimmy
it.
Dean.
I'll find it.
Okay.
I'll find it.
Tyler, the most important question I got to ask you, because Scott Forrester does about 60 cuts for me every day, and I've lost the cut sheet, I think.
Well, that's an important question.
Let's throw one out. Go
No,
through.
here it is. No, I was just wondering, are you able to pull up cuts? Did we ever train you in that? Look at that.
You think Tyler doesn't know that? He's
Is
been
that today's cuts or yesterday's cuts?
This is today's cuts.
Oh, very good. Well, you see, at this point right now, you seem to be more prepared than Mr. Dunaway is.
Did you drink late last night? Did
Oh,
you-
my God.
The Dobell, was
the
it out?
Dobell, that's what I was on last
Is
night.
it empty bottle?
Yeah, it's not empty, but it's half. I had a friend, I was down at the, are we using a different font on this, by the way, Forrester? My goodness.
Let me see.
Did we go smaller today?
I don't know. Looks fine to me.
Jeez.
Jimmy's on a heater, boys. It's crazy.
I'm going to turn to my mic.
Turn my mic
Turn to my
on.
mic. Turn to my mic.
I know Lunsford and Forster are excited that we've got a tequila sponsorship now.
We had to test the
Proximo
product
and
last
Dobell.
night.
Yeah.
Can you give me cut 12? I know it may take you a second. We'll set it up here as we get there. Henry Toa coming up in just a second. He's in the next segment here on the show. If you're watching West Virginia in Pitt last night, the backyard brawl, as we all were, West Virginia's up 31-24. And I just want to go, before we hear from Neil Brown, I want to go around the table. You're 31-24. You're in their territory on the other side of the 50. You're in Pitt territory. You're in control of the game. There were two things that impressed me about West Virginia last night. One of them was their pass rush, the defensive line. Pitt has everybody back on the offensive line from last year, and I thought Pitt did a great job of pressuring Keaton Slovis all night long. Then your run game was tremendous, I thought, last night. And so it's fourth and inches, and you're in Pitt territory up 31-24 with about, 6:25 to go in the game?
There was 6:17 to go in the game.
6:17 to go in the game, and he chooses to try to draw him offside, and then he punts it away, and then Pitt scores a touchdown, then pick six, and you lose the football game. Around the table, do Do you question Neil Brown's balls there?
Look, here's the thing. West Virginia is in need of a really good season. Neil Brown is in need of a great season. You're a 7.5-point underdog. You're on the road. C.J. Donaldson was slaying that defense. I mean, he had 125 yards. He had 190 yards rushing. It's really fourth and like a foot. I know it's at the 48. NFL, you punt the football. College football, the way they were running it last night, you go for it.
Yeah. I mean, these are so easy to say in hindsight, too, though.
Well,
That's why I feel bad about this.
And I think we were sitting there saying it when it was happening.
Yeah, it was it's really easy to say in the heat of the moment.
But by the way, the best player on the field last night in that game was Bryce Ford-Wheaton, the wide receiver for West Virginia. You play action in that situation with a veteran quarterback, it's probably a touchdown.
I probably trust JT Daniels to do that. Yes, I would agree with you.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. So you're saying go for the throat right there. Play action in the belly and go up top.
Look, I saw when he was under pressure. I mean, that game was really fluky. You guys remember the one play where he just threw it up for grabs on the 3rd and long.
From the end zone.
From the end zone, yeah.
Yep.
And right that thing, how that thing wasn't picked. And I thought that was when the floodgates were about to open. But, Ford-Wheaton was good enough to go up, grab it. I think the secondary is probably going to get lamb blasted today for that, but
well, they had like 5 guys around him.
It was unbelievable.
The one guy that caught it.
Unbelievable.
So it is easy.
It is easy, but I would go for it. Yes.
I'm making the choice without my job on the line.
That is right. Yep.
I'm making the choice not with 85 kids looking at me, 70 on the road, looking at me in the locker room saying, "I can't believe, Coach, you didn't go for it or you did go for it."
Yeah.
But you still would have, in hindsight, you think he should have gone for it.
I feel like your offensive line is winning the game at that point, and I got a pretty big quarterback. I like my odds, at least even on a quarterback sneak.
Yeah, and that shows me attitude for 2022. Yeah. We're going to be the aggressor this year.
Yeah.
We're the underdog, but you know what? We're going to their house. We're going for it on 4th down, late situation.
Right. And we are the underdogs.
Right.
I mean, don't forget that. And we're up 7 and a chance to, as it was pointed out on the broadcast, a chance to maybe run the clock out at that point.
Yeah, look, and I like Neil Brown a lot. You guys like Neil. Yep. We saw him one time at a local steakhouse. He looked like he was 12 years old. Coaching will age you as much as the president.
But he hasn't aged as much.
Yeah,
he's
he hasn't,
young
so he looks 23.
No, he looks like he's 40 now.
Yeah. I can't remember what Bucky, the coach, is at Samford looks like, but that's in my head. That's the way That's the way Bucky looks.
A little bit. Bucky's a skinnier Neil.
Bucky and Neil Brown are aging at the same rate.
Yeah, they are.
Saying, yeah.
Anyway, here's Neil. He doesn't wait for a question about this. He just goes ahead and just shoots the musket. It's okay. We started over. You started over.
6 minutes to go in the game.
Let's just start it over. We're good.
You're going to ask about the decision to go for it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so 6 minutes. It was a little over 6 minutes to go in the game. It was 4th and about a foot. We're up 7, so you can pin them, and we did. Here it is. It's 6:01 to go. I looked up the clock. They had to go 98 yards, and we're up by 7. If you go for it there and you don't get it, then they've got a short field, and they had 3 timeouts. So best answer I can give you, if I had to do it again, that's the same. I would do that same decision.
I mean, he
makes a great point.
He makes a case right there. Because,
especially with the way they pinned him.
Yeah, I pinned him deep because their punter was terrific last time, by the way. I pinned him deep. It's a 1-score game. They can't beat me here. All they can do is tie me, and they got to drive 98 yards to do it. And with 6 minutes to go, this might be their last gasp. I mean, if I can make them punt it to me again, 1 first down, and I may have this game won.
Yeah. No. I mean,
he makes a case right there.
He does. He didn't have a stake on West Virginia, though.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but it only took him 7 plays to go that 98 yards.
It did. That's your problem right there.
A little bit on defense at that point is what you're saying. Need to make a better play.
I like how Dunaway said he didn't have a stake on West Virginia. He's got an entire house on West Virginia. Yeah.
I was really surprised both of those games. I didn't touch any totals. And I think Furman was the one that leaned unders in both, I think. But boy, man, those just turned into track meets.
They did.
Yeah, they really did. They really did. When he says it, I'm not as upset about it.
He makes a good case.
I'm moving on. We got more football tonight, more football tomorrow. I'm moving on.
Your problem right there is if you go for it and punt it in the end zone and you give it to him on the 20. Now you feel like an idiot. Like, I've only really sacrificed 20 yards of field position.
Was that the punt they reviewed to see if it touched the goal line? Because I thought that was a bad call. Whatever punt that was, they pinned them down so many times. To me, if the player's laying in the end zone.
That's NFL and college difference in the rule.
Agree.
So I can be in the end zone and still hold the ball down?
That's right. It's all about the ball. In college, it's the player in the NFL.
But the goal line that goes, it's infinite. as long as the ball touches goal line, it's
correct.
touchback. The ball touched goal line.
That changes it. If you believe that it crossed the goal
think
line,
it did.
okay, well that's different. But yeah, it's all about player and in the NFL, it's about the player. It's about the goal line in college.
All right, a lot to get to. UAB with a great crowd last night and a dominating win with Bryant Vincent's debut as the head coach there, 59-0. Sanford got a great performance from Michael Hires, their quarterback, 27-17. They beat the number 8 team in the country in Kennesaw State. Couple of SEC games last night. We'll get to all that coming up after we talk to Henry Toa coming up. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. Bromberg's can help you pop that question, get the right diamond for the right woman.
Yeah, hey, look, if you're looking to pop the question, they are your diamond specialist. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. Family-owned and operated since 1836, Bromberg's is established its solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online. Go to brombergs.com.
And as always, the show being brought to you by these folks. Bud Light Next. Bud Light Next, 0 carbs, 80 calories. Perfect for your tailgate this football season. Let's talk a little football. Bama's Henry Toa. And then we'll celebrate UAB, Sanford, and everything else that happened on a Thursday and set the table for the weekend right here on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Guys, let's talk about the new season. Dove season is here, and the team at Nichols Outfitters is ready to get you ready for the hunt. 12, 20, and 28 gauge shotgun shells are in stock, and all the brands that you trust. Demand is at an all-time high, so we encourage you to drop by soon to stock up for the season. And of course, while you're there, check out our amazing selection of the finest shotguns in one of Alabama's largest showrooms. The staff is excited to be back out on the hunt, so drop by soon. Nichols Outfitters off exit 242 in Pelham or online at nicholsoutfitters.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery 5th Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
We're about to hit the road and talk with Henry Toa. If you're hitting the road next summer, 2023, or going to a football game this weekend, remember our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com.
That is right. You can see them I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Go see those toy haulers. They've got that sales event going on right now. Payments as low as $219 a month with approved credit. See the dealer for details. They're at Johnston RV Center. They are always online. JohnstonRVCenter.com. That's JohnstonRVCenter.com. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Alabama getting ready for Utah State. Alabama linebacker Henry Toa is going to join us in this segment every single week, and he is with us now from Tuscaloosa. What's up, Henry? How are you?
What's up? I'm good. How you guys doing?
Doing awesome, man. You told us last Friday you were going to watch some college football that weekend, which included Utah State and UConn. You watched them. How helpful was that in preparation, watching what Utah State was doing on offense?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely good being able to see how fast they moved, the tempo they go on. So being able to watch any game live, no matter who you're playing, is definitely a benefit for us.
Yeah, number 4 is pretty good running back, Calvin Tyler. They struggled at first, but that guy can play.
Oh yeah, he can run the ball. He's a downhill runner too, so that's a huge challenge for us, and that we're excited to be able to play against a good back this weekend.
When you watch tape, do you ever learn names of the other guys in the team, or it's just all numbers for you?
For me, it's straight numbers.
Yeah.
Well, you can't trash talk if you don't know names, Henry. How are we going to trash talk?
I try not to trash talk on the field. Coach Saban gets mad when we say let's on the field. So I definitely just number 4, whatever number he is, that's all I know him by.
Boy, you got like every window and sunroof and everything open.
It's nice, man.
And whatever you're driving. It does feel like fall weather, though, doesn't it?
No, it definitely does. Sometimes when it's hot, I close my windows, so it's black in here. But today's a little nice day. It's not too bad. About 70 outside.
So what does your day consist of?
Yeah, walk us through, because most of us don't understand a home game, but you guys don't sleep in your own bed, right? You still go to the hotel?
Yeah, we go to the hotels Friday nights. So usually we have meetings before, walkthroughs, and then more meetings at night. And then we stay at the hotel when we play at home. But usually my day before, Fridays before the game, is usually massages in the morning. So like right after this, I'm gonna shoot straight to my massage, and then stretching, treatment, and then just get ready for meetings.
That's a hell of a Friday.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you.
It really is. Will you watch a movie? I mean, will you guys go to a movie tonight, or will you watch one in the room?
It depends on if we have a night game. If we have a night game, then we'll go to the movies as a team. And then if not, if it's an early game, then we just, lights out at 10.
Yeah. You know, Coach Saban last night on his radio show was talking about the church of the here and now. Well, why don't we spend more time in the church of the here and now? How often does he bang that drum to you guys? Don't worry about tomorrow. Don't worry about the future. Be where your feet are now. That seems like something he talks about a lot.
No, he talks about it a lot, and that's like kind of the biggest thing for us now, and especially coming into this year is being where your feet are. Embracing each moment. And doing what you can in each moment to be the best player you can, to create value for yourself and ultimately be the best team that we can. So, he tries to keep our heads to where we're focused on every single day. And he does a great job of it. He gets on us about it, when we think about something so far down the road. So, he's on us all the time.
Alabama linebacker Henry To'oTo'o with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. That said, if you can, and I know, sometimes you hate comparing teams, but I'm not asking you necessarily to compare teams. I'm just asking you to compare where you are. If you go back to this point last year, leading into game one, what is different about this Alabama team leading into game one?
Honestly, it's the experience that we have, and the chemistry that we've built. And honestly, it's we've done we worked so hard as a leadership group to, get everybody on the same page. Have everybody buy into the little things to where we're a team where we walk as one, we run as one, and we play as one, ultimately play as one. So I think that's how far we've came. Saturday, tomorrow is going to be our biggest test. So to see where we stand and see what we have to adjust from there.
What about personally for you? I mean, how different is a year ago today when you guys were getting ready for Miami? How much more comfortable are you in Pete Golding's system?
Yeah, I mean, it's night and day for me, honestly. And I'm just more comfortable. I'm more comfortable around the guys now. I'm more vocal, and just being able to just go out there and just play and not necessarily worry about, X, Y, and Z. Because I know it like the back of my hand now. So being able to just go out there and let loose and play, I feel so much comfortable from a year from now.
You started at a different program, and Tennessee played last night. I don't know if I would assume you still have a friend or two on that roster up there. Did you watch and did you reach out to him and say, "Hey, good start for you guys" or anything?
Yeah, I definitely reached out to him. I'm really good friends with the linebacker Jeremy Banks, so. Texted him last night, told him he did a good job. They got a dub versus who they play?
Ball State. Yeah.
Ball State, yeah. They put about 50 on them. So, I still got guys on that team. I cherish relationships. So the guys on Tennessee is definitely my family still too.
Henry, we were told earlier, I cannot independently verify this, that today is Will Anderson's 21st birthday. Do you get him a gift? Are you guys like gift exchangers with Will?
We're gonna throw Will in the coat tub today. That's what's gonna happen.
I would like video of that. Yeah, you're gonna. Oh yeah. Cool.
So it's not an Ennis-free night for Will.
No, nobody gets. It's your birthday. You get thrown in the cold tub.
In the cold tub. Okay.
So you and how many other people are going to throw Will into the cold tub?
Who was brave enough to be the first one to touch him and say, "We're going to pick you up and throw you in the cold tub, Mr. Anderson"?
There's going to be about 30 of us trying to get him in there.
Hey, I don't know if you remember Eric Anders, who played on that 2009 national championship team, former linebacker for Alabama. He's a UFC fighter now. But would Will Anderson, if you guys, if you had an octagon, would he be the toughest guy you think to beat?
Yeah, Will's up there. Will's definitely up there. And then you got.
I see a little.
Kendrick Blackshire's up there, though. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Kendrick Blackshire is definitely up there.
Yeah. Was there a little bit in your eyes right there? Were you thinking how high you were on the rankings? Were you?
I'm definitely number one.
He's got to have confidence, right?
Yeah. Well, where everyone's looking forward to being back in the stadium tomorrow, sold out stadium always. Just walk us through that first Walk of Champions for you. The first time you ever did it, and now you get to do it. It's your last one, I guess, your first one, whatever it is. Tell us what that Walk of Champions mean when you get off that bus and you see the fans in the stadium.
Man, like I say it all the time, it's just tradition, the culture, the passionate fans, and it's just something that just gets you goosebumps every time you walk through it because you're playing something bigger than yourself. So I'm excited. Definitely my last first one. So, I'm juiced for tomorrow.
It is Alabama and Utah State, 6:30 as the start time on the SEC Network. Henry, thank you for the time. Best of luck tomorrow. We'll talk to you next Friday.
Appreciate you guys.
Appreciate you, man.
Take care. Henry To'oto'o, the Alabama linebacker, with us every single Friday, 9:25, to get you ready for the Alabama game over the weekend. And he's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
So, off to what was it? Massage? Was it one or two massages today?
He said massages.
How about the life of an SEC football player, right?
It's different. I mean, can you imagine? Next time we have Baumhauer on, do you think they got massages back in the 70s?
Yeah. Well, I bet they did, but not from professionals.
Tyler, look at Tyler's face.
I mean, you had to back in the day. Your girlfriend or your your roommate ended up rubbing out
I don't even know if these guys cut their own toenails now, do they?
Well, you probably get it. I don't. I go to get a pedicure.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've gotten one of those, and I really liked it.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't like the scrubbing of the bottom of the feet. It just...
Yeah. You can probably tell them not to do that. Yeah.
No, I like that, too. Gets a little weird when they start massaging my leg.
Kevin said Namath got him.
They get up above the knee.
Stabler got him? Namath
is what Kevin said. No, I mean, of course, Namath was playing with 2 torn ACLs, so it was a little bit different for him.
I bet the quarterbacks got him.
Stabler got him, too. It's like, you going to get a massage, Kenny? Yep. Where? Floribama. Long trip down for Kenny. All right. Always good to have Henry To'oto'o on the show. Movies tonight, the tradition, right before the games on Saturday.
I don't know if anything good's out.
Yeah, I don't know what you'd take a team to see to fire them up right now.
Kendrick Blackshare, though, 6'2", 233.
Well, you can bring back old movies too, right?
Yeah. So he said that's who would win in the octagon. 6'2", 233 is what he goes.
Yeah, I mean that's
how
good.
mean do you have to be at 6'2", 233?
That's a good size, though.
Yeah, but Jaheim Otis is 6'7", or is he 6'7", 370?
He'd beat the daylights out of him.
Hemphill brings you the show, and while we're talking movies, I did not know this, and we've interviewed this guy before. I did not know this until I was watching the UAB game. I'll tell you what it is after LT tells us about the great folks at Hemphill.
Yeah, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. It happened to a couple of our employees just last week. That's why you need to call our friends at Hemphill Services, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
UAB beat Alabama A&M 59-0 last night. Really good crowd there at Protective. A&M's coach, Connell Maynor is he was Jamie Foxx's stunt double in any given Sunday.
Are you kidding?
Are you serious about that?
Yeah, they said it on the broadcast last night, CBS Sports Network.
Oh, see, I didn't hear that. I had the game obviously on.
I never went to audio.
I only turned the volume up at halftime when they interviewed Bill Clark. But I do remember something about that movie. So Sean Combs, P. Diddy, was initially cast as the quarterback. But they said he couldn't take a snap, couldn't throw a football. So that's when Jamie Foxx came in.
Yep. And so I guess in the real hits and the real throws, it was Maynor who was the stunt double. And he did something else in one other movie, too, football movie. I don't know which one. I can't remember now off the broadcast last night. But I did not know that. And we've interviewed him before on the air.
We've had him on before Magic City Classic.
Yeah.
Now we got some good questions for him.
Yeah. So we'll bring that up next time we have him on. UAB in Brian Vincent's debut last night looked so good, 59-0. 478 yards of offense. They forced 4 turnovers. They ran the ball well. Dylan Hopkins played well. Good crowd last night. And you guys said it. Bill Clark was there. I'm a little confused.
Yeah.
Well, he's wearing a back brace now. I mean, it's not like he was just, turning cartwheels and leading the band out on the field. He was wearing a back brace. So Scott's showing the video. You can see the back brace there in the video.
Yeah, I mean, I see that.
But I think the toll that coaching takes. I mean, you think
look
about
at that crowd, though. Look in the back there.
With that back, you need rest. And, these coaches don't sleep.
By the way, that's leaving. Am I right about this, Scott? That's leaving the field at halftime from Johnny Cogden on ABC 3340. So leaving the field at halftime, they're headed to the tunnel, and Clark is standing there, and the team just gathers around him, and he says a quick word. Bryant Vincent gives him a hug. and they head to the tunnel. It was a successful night.
It was. Congratulations, Coach Vincent. We love having him on each and every week.
Energetic guy.
The one thing that jumped out, forced turnovers is great. They're going to be able to run the football on almost everybody they play, but 9 penalties.
Yeah, that plagued the Bill Clark era at UAB. Was just too many penalties.
Yeah, Samford wins last night 27-17. Anytime you beat the number 8 team in your ranking, in your league, the FCS, that's a big win over Kennesaw State. Didn't think they'd beat them, to be honest with you, going in. Kennesaw State's a pretty good little team.
I think they were number 8 in the country.
Yep, number 8 in the country. Yep. Samford is, though. Samford beat them 27-17. Michael Hires, the quarterback, 18 of 24, 289, and 4 touchdowns in that Hatcher offense there for Samford. Big win for them. And then the SEC, we'll jump into that when we come back, but just a great Thursday night of games. And Gus maybe found his quarterback. I don't know how good the competition was. But we got more football tonight. If I said best game on the slate tonight for you, is it TCU Colorado?
Nope. It is Virginia Tech Old Dominion.
Yep. Brown's right.
Yep, I think it's going to be a good football game there.
Okay, you really believe? I know you picked them.
No, my upset alert was Old Dominion. No, I think even if Old Dominion doesn't upset them, it's going to be
a really good game.
It's going to be a tight game.
Yeah,
it's going to be a good football game.
So Virginia Tech Old Dominion, 6 o'clock ESPNU, Illinois, Indiana. I don't think it'll be exciting, but it'll be close.
It's at least a Big Ten game.
Yeah, 7 o'clock on FS1. TCU Colorado is 9 o'clock ESPN tonight. Is Sonny Dykes makes his debut there as the head coach at TCU. In Western Michigan and Michigan State, did you guys notice this during the broadcast last night?
I did.
Western Michigan, Michigan State, they made a point, had a graphic built in everything, being moved from ESPN at 6 o'clock to ESPN2 so that they can broadcast the Serena Williams tennis match at the U.S. Open on ESPN. Now, I assume that is getting great numbers. So
it is.
It's a good move, I think.
That's what I was going to say. It's a smart move on their part because I think the first match Serena played had 2.5 million viewers. And she's won another one since then.
That's right.
So that number is going to continue to grow on a Friday night. It's a big story. There will be more people watching that than a Western Michigan, Michigan State game.
Probably so. Will you guys be tuned into that?
I will not.
I will not.
I'm not a big tennis guy.
Will not find a TV.
I watched it the other night because I thought it would be her last match. So I was watching it, it was a very Kobe-like moment where she beat the number 2 player in the world and really played well, moved well. She's actually a favorite, I think, tonight to move on.
Oh, is she?
Yeah, I think she's playing, a lesser opponent.
Oh,
so.
I heard the Tom Janovic or whatever. I heard she's pretty good.
Oh, is she?
Well,
we're in
the third round of the U.S. Open.
But I heard she's really good.
It's not like I'm meeting you over after lunch at the Inverness Country Club.
If she's not favored. We might have to go steak on this. Let me check the number.
Now don't get on Lance's TV.
I'm not going to bet on 40-year-old Serena Williams.
Why not? She's into the third round.
Eventually, it's going to be her last time.
Well, sure.
She does not move well.
Well, then maybe I'll take 40-year-old Serena Williams.
Yeah. Well, let's put it on a football game. If we're going to do another steak, let's do another football bet. Something I understand a little bit.
Jimmy equality.
Lunsford says Serena's favored 165.
Yeah, see, I thought so.
I'll take Serena.
Jimmy, once again, Jimmy's information. Almost impeccable on the show, right? Never wrong.
What?
I'm wrong often.
Oh,
when we come back, a little bit more of what we saw in the SEC last night. At the top of the hour, we'll crank out our pick 3, including Rockstar's Song is back. So we'll get that coming up at the top of the hour. Look forward to that. And we've got a special gift in the commercial break. We'll show you what we got. I'm fired up about this.
I am too. I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah. So we will get that when we come back right here on the next round, being brought to you in part by our friends at NASCAR, getting ready for racing this weekend. And then we're eventually coming to Talladega.
Yeah, it's Friday, September 30th, Sunday, October 2nd. That's the weekend, starting Friday, going through Sunday, capping off of that 2022 Yellowwood 500 at Talladega Super Speedway. We're going to be giving away tickets. We're going to be giving away some tickets, all right? So stay tuned right here. We'll tell you how you can win that. Garage passes, the garage experience, all of that there at Talladega Super Speedway. TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. 877-GO-TO-DEGA is where you get your tickets. Find out about those enhanced experiences that you're going to take part in. Get tickets to the whole weekend there. The Saturday doubleheader, the Chase Rice concert, the Yellowwood 500 at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
And don't forget, Cowan Equipment poll questions out all the time. You can go vote. How many SEC games do SEC teams lose this weekend? Right now, they are 2-0 after last night. So go vote at nextroundlive.com on Twitter. And we'll recirculate that out there to get some more votes in on that as we do our Cowan Equipment poll questions brought to you by our friends at Cowan.
If you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 1-800-239-COWAN for more information.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of the next round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Things change fast these days. One thing that hasn't changed is our newest partner's dedication to serving you. Ryan Brown here for the next round, and I want to tell you about our friends at Better Business Bureau. BBB has been the beacon of trust and champion of marketplace principles, serving businesses and consumers locally for 70 years. BBB is focused on ethical business standards, including integrity, transparency, trustworthiness, and honesty. And they have something for everyone with tools like BBB Business Profiles, accreditation, scam tracker, get a quote, trusted reviews, dispute resolution, and more. You can be sure to find a trusted partner with BBB. Whether you need a trustworthy business to help you complete the next item on your honey-do list, need help avoiding scams, want to share feedback about a recent experience with a local business, or want to bolster your brand standing in the marketplace by becoming BBB accredited, BBB is here to serve you. With countless consumer resources and a menu of member benefits for businesses, they truly are a one-stop shop for your customer and business needs. Go to bbb.org and see what you've been missing.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all can have the rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Back with you on the next round. Boy, our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing, all of our sponsors are just so amazing. We love them all. And Greg Nelson of Storm Restoration Roofing has been with us for years and, has our logo on his truck, just a good family guy. He wants to help you out with a free, no-cost inspection, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Just to show you, I'll tell you what Greg and Storm Restoration Roofing can do for you in a second, but just to show you what kind of guy he is, he brought LT and I some gifts in the commercial break. And
mine's better than yours.
Wow.
I think mine have won championships more recently than yours.
Right? I don't think that's the case, Jim. I don't think I would.
My hockey team,
Okay.
my football team.
All three of mine within the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Really?
The Lakers?
You do a sports talk for a living. Yeah, they won it in the bubble.
Oh, that didn't count.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't count.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I mean, what is that? That's going up in the sports room.
I just don't know how the Rams didn't get the title billing. It shows you that L.A. is a Lakers market, though.
Did they get the center?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So weird with Lance talking through that thing. It's so weird.
So you think it's like mystery.
I know.
Who's
So
the mystery?
That's a Bucks market. Yeah. I think
so you're saying center is the lead. Okay.
I would kind of agree with Lance. I think you put the team in the center.
Yep.
Okay.
The main team.
I would agree with that.
It's going to be a Rams market one day.
Yeah.
It goes Lakers, Dodgers, Rams.
Oh, so you're saying
For me, it goes Rams, Dodgers, Lakers now.
But you're saying this side over here is the weakest side? Or
I'm not necessarily saying that. I'm just telling you the way it goes in this market for LA fans.
What a great gift, though.
Yeah. So
Greg is such a nice dude.
Greg
to
is
see
an
this kind
incredible
of
guy.
stuff, and I mean,
Bama fan says where is Browns? I just don't have. I'm not like those are a full city team. I've got a Dolphins team that I'm passionate about, a Nationals team that I watch. I pull for them, but I'm not. The Dolphins are my passion. I don't really have a third team.
I told you years ago. I told you that you needed to get on the Milwaukee Bucks, and I don't know if you remember
I did
this.
it for a minute. I
like
just don't,
6 or 7 years ago.
I did it for a minute. I did it. Do you remember that? I was going to be a Bucks fan, but I don't really care about the NBA.
Yep. And so anyway, Storm Restoration Roofing, what a great guy, Greg. He loves to treat his customers that way, too. He'll take care of you, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. 20 years locally owned. He and his wife own the company. Insurance companies love him. In fact, he was leaving to go meet 2 different insurance guys to walk him through a process right now. Just that kind of guy. A number you want to save, 205-542-3531. Greg Nelson, 205-542-3531. Or just remember Greg from Pell City on Facebook, Storm Restoration Roofing. What'd you see last night in Tennessee?
I mean, look, I saw an offense that's going to score a lot of points. And, they spread the ball out really well. You didn't see a ton of Hendon Hooker because Joe Milton takes over in the third quarter. But the Vol defense, if they force turnovers, which they did last night 3, and I know they're playing Ball State, one of the worst teams in the MAC, but if this team is able to get just a little bit better on defense and get opportunistic and force those turnovers, they are going to be a tough out because they are going to be able to score on anyone.
It was kind of weird that they had 218 rush yards, 351 pass yards, but didn't have a 100-yard rusher or a 100-yard receiver. That's kind of hard to accomplish.
That's actually good, though.
I know,
look at that as a positive.
I know. That's why it's weird. It's not a negative. It's weird.
Right.
But they were able to spread it out. Cedric Tillman was the leading receiver. He's going to be one of the best receivers in the country this year. So, I mean, I was impressed. Listen, Ball State's awful. There's no doubt about it. But I've always said this about, when Alabama plays a bad team or whatever. There are ways you beat these teams.
That's right.
I can take away. I can watch them play an awful Ball State team, and I'm like, 59-10, that's the way they should beat them. And really, 59-10, those 10 points came late in the second half. I mean, they dominated that team.
Yes, 59-10. I mean, first play's a flea flicker.
A stupid play.
But it's a flea flicker that nobody's overhyped. Nobody leaves their position. Everybody stays at home to where the quarterback has to check down on a double reverse pass, has to check down. And that guy stayed at home, and he picks it off. and the very first offensive play is a touchdown. You can't start any better than your first defensive play is a pick and your first offensive play is a touchdown, and then they just wrote it to the end.
Yeah, it was a dominant performance from that point on. And, I mean, Ball State's coach, no setup at all. You're just going to run a double reverse pass right out of the chute. That's just a stupid play call on his part. And Tennessee did what you're supposed to do with coaches that are going to operate that way.
And by the way, to put it in what LT was talking about with that offense, 45 or more points in 4 consecutive games now for the Tennessee Volunteers, dating back to last year, tying the school program record of 1993 of going 4 straight games with 45 or more points. They play Pittsburgh next, and Pittsburgh's defense looked like they were open for business last night.
Hey, I tell you what, coming out of that game last night, Lance, I think, first of all, I liked Tennessee to win that Pitt game in the offseason. We've talked about it. Lance was a little bit more on Pitt. After watching last night, I feel even better about that. But I also believe that's going to be a super entertaining game.
Yeah, but
it's going to be a fun game.
It will be a fun game. Different opponents, though. Obviously, Ball State.
No doubt. West Virginia are a totally different team.
Is not West Virginia. The one thing that I really noticed, though, was Tennessee seems to have a different attitude.
That's right. The swagger was there last night.
And I think Heupel can coach, man. I really do. I'm believing in Heupel. Now, whether or not that equates to winning an SEC championship one day, I don't know, but it's a better product.
Yeah, a little swagger last night. Redmont Vodka brings us that SEC update. Missouri with a win last night as well, 52-24 as they beat Louisiana Tech. With some injury concerns last night, but they got the win as well.
Our friend Greg just left with a bottle of Redmont vodka. You bring flags, you get something.
Right.
That's all I got to say.
Barter system up here, right?
Hey, one of the great faces behind the locally owned and operated company that is Redmont Vodka is our friend Charles Barkley. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package, including pink package at the beverage place, ABC stores as well. Pick up a bottle this weekend of Redmont Vodka.
All right, last night the Braves win again, and Spencer Strider ties the franchise record with 16 strikeouts. Florida this weekend, Braves are in a good place, and the Yankees, by the way, coming off their worst month since 1991. They're in Tampa to play the Rays in what could be an interesting series this weekend. The Yankees have to turn this thing around quickly. A couple of baseball notes there. We'll do the pick 3 when we come back. If you want to call the show and give us your pick 3, you can do that. 205-734-0923. 205-734-0923. Great numbers already online at nextroundlive.com. You can go there and play the Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3. We'll do that in our next segment, talk about some of the games that are happening this Saturday. Jump in with the conversation as well in the next round. Remember to hit those thumbs up buttons. Like, subscribe, and scroll down and hit the thumbs up button if you're watching us on YouTube. And if you're looking to get in shape, our friends at Champions Boxing will do that for you. The corner of Highway 119, Highway 31 behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. Fitness and competition training using the fundamentals of boxing, helping you reach your fitness goals. You can call them up at 205-358-8176, 358-8176, or stop by and check them out in person. They'd love for you to just swing by one afternoon. For all ages 7 and up, 6 USA Boxing certified trainers. It's not a fight club, but boy, they'll get you in shape and ready to take on the world. Check them out on their Facebook and Instagram page as well. Champions Boxing AL, Champions Boxing AL.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around. featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and make sure to join Jerry Young and myself every Thursday afternoon at 1 p.m. for Next Round Preps. It's an in-depth look at all the various big high school football games going on across the state. We'll recap the week before and we'll preview the week ahead. Plus, we'll talk bracketology, recruiting, and other big headlines across all high school sports. That's every Thursday during football season at 1 p.m. on YouTube, nextroundlive.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES-1, or callwaynes.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 2, we'll talk a little pick 3 here in a second, and you guys can be part of the show this hour, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. But we encourage you as well to go onto the website, nextroundlive.com, look for the pick 3, and play the game there all season long. If you're not familiar with the pick 3, just got to go 3-0 one time to get a ball in the bucket and have a chance to win the grand prize at the end of the year. And we do that every Friday here on the show. All that is coming up in a second after we do the headlines. Brought to you by our friends at Crocker Moving Services. Crocker Moving Services are the people to use for all your residential and commercial moving needs. And listen, it may not be the time of year a lot of people are changing houses or locations, but next spring, when that starts to happen again, the cycle of the school, remember the name Crocker Moving Services, crockermovingservices.com. They'll take care of you. If you need to move your small business, anything commercial as well, they can handle that. If you don't like to pack, like most of us, they'll pack it up for you as well. crockermovingservices.com is the website. Crocker Moving Services, a different kind of moving company. It starts with the owner, Eric Crocker. He's a Marine, Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. And they love to hire veterans, veteran-owned and veteran-operated when possible. They also use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies whenever possible as well. Anywhere in the continental United States, CrockerMovingServices.com, CrockerMovingServices.com. Biggest story last night for you was it the Pitt win? Was it the Penn State win? Was it Tennessee?
For me, no. Tennessee, I really can't get a gauge. I knew they were going to score points on Ball State. I was disappointed with Pitt. I know they come out winners. Brown, you talked about the offensive line. Slovis was running for his life. I really couldn't get a gauge whether or not Slovis is going to be back to the form we saw him his true freshman year at USC. But their defense, the Pitt defense scares me to death now. And I thought up front they were going to be able to dominate that game, and they just didn't.
Well, the offensive line, I thought, looked worse than the defensive line.
Yeah, that's what I just said. You take your pick. Up front, where they were supposed to be good in both areas, they weren't.
I got a couple takeaways. First, my first takeaway, I think it's good for the SEC. Tennessee looked, it's hard to compare based on opponent, looked better than Pitt. Tennessee goes to Pitt. And then week 3, I have yet to see Auburn play a snap. So I earned the right, I reserve the right to change this. But having watched Penn State last night, seeing them win at Auburn, unless Auburn just looks awful these first 2 games, that Penn State team did not impress me last night.
Look, if Auburn isn't 2-0, San Jose State was lucky to survive. I forgot Cal Davis or whoever they played last night.
Yeah, it almost was a good night for Auburn last night. They haven't even played yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. But I just was not blown away by Penn State coming to Auburn in week 2.
So would you almost guarantee that either Tennessee or Auburn wins those games?
Yeah, I almost would. If you said all I got to do is get one right, yeah, I'd like that.
I think I'd feel pretty good about that, too.
I'd feel good about 2, honestly. My other observation, back to Penn State and Purdue, and I think I coined this phrase. Jim's going to say he did, but I think I did. I'd never heard anybody say it before I did, and I'll tell you the first time I ever said it was the time Gus Malzahn was rotating like 4 quarterbacks. Who were they playing that night? Clemson. You remember the time Auburn was playing Clemson in Auburn, and Gus just was, play by play was one quarterback would play, come out, another one come in. And I came on the show that next Monday, and I said, guys, what we watched Saturday night, Auburn should have beaten Clemson. That was coaching malpractice by Gus Malzahn. Coaching malpractice. I think I coined that phrase.
I did not coin the phrase. I didn't coin that phrase.
I think I did. I think I did. Had you ever heard it before I said it?
I think I had, but
no, I don't think you had. Coaching malpractice. We saw it last night in Penn State Purdue. Jeff Brom, who was once the golden child in coaching circles. Everybody wanted Jeff Brom. Tennessee wanted him. Auburn fans wanted him to replace Gus Malzahn. What you saw last night at the end of that game was coaching malpractice. You've got a thought on it, and I'll follow up with a stat.
Yeah, you might be following up with the stat. So I'll let you go ahead with the stat because, I've got the numbers, and it's insane. But just watching it, I got the numbers after watching it, but I loved it because I had Penn State.
Of course you did, yes.
I could not believe what Purdue was doing, play calling was.
From Stuart Mandel, he's the one that did the math. And I was watching it in real time, didn't have these exact numbers in front of me. But in real time, I'm like, I even tweeted it in all caps. Why are they throwing every down? Burn the clock, Jeff Brom. Here's Stuart Mandel's numbers. Purdue had the ball up 3 with 6:27 left. Over their next 2 series, they ran 14 plays.
Yeah, 2 series, by the way. 2 series. One series, you should be able to get it down to a very small clock with your 4-minute offense. But 2 series, 4-minute offense times 2 is 8, and it's 6 minutes left in the game.
You're up 3 with 6:27 to go. You've got 2 more series, 14 plays. Do you know how many runs? One. 1 out of 14? What are you even doing?
I don't think Mike Leach would do that.
No.
It's common sense. Like, I'm sitting on the couch, probably a bottle of wine deep. You're in the Dobell. We know that you need to run the ball. How does Jeff Brom not know that? He's an offensive guy.
I know. It's just common sense at that point.
I really think, I sit here with these play sheets every day in front of me. I think they sometimes get so lost in the play sheet, Brown, that they lose what's going on in the world.
You got to be aware of the situation.
No, you have to be. You're being paid to be. But I'm with Jim. I think sometimes you get so caught up in matchups and all that you don't realize, hey, dummy, the clock's running, and if you'll run the football, it'll continue to run.
Can I tell you the problem?
Sure.
He's the head coach and the play caller.
No, I do think there's some of that because I think if you don't think Nick Saban or Ryan Day would be in somebody's ear saying, what in the what are you doing?
Because he's in the play sheet. He's thinking about how he's going to move the ball, do this, do that.
Yeah.
And the head coach, but he's in the same head as this guy, but the head coach, Nick Saban or whomever,
Ryan
would walk
Day,
over and say,
whoever.
Hey, what are you doing, dude? 6 minutes left. Let's milk a little bit of this clock here.
But it was downfield throws too. That's
what
I
they weren't even
get.
dump offs. Yeah, they were
so
low percentage.
The best player on the field, the best two players on the field, Joey Porter Jr., who plays corner for Penn State, and Charlie Jones, the transfer for Iowa. By the way, Charlie Jones, outside of Jackson, Smith, and Jigba, he's going to be your second leading receiver in the Big Ten.
Yeah, they go to him a lot. Don't they?
They targeted him 18 times last night.
Yeah.
But why not throw quick hits to Charlie Jones? Almost make them like, short runs.
If you're just dying to throw. I mean, he was throwing low percentage stuff down the field. And what happened, Jim? Penn State gets the ball back, and what do they have? All of the clock and all of their two of their timeouts. They had burned a timeout
That was a hell of a drive, though, man.
It was a great drive. But you know what?
Sean Clifford's best moment since the Auburn game last year.
It was a great drive by Sean Clifford. But you know what? They should have been down to like 45 seconds and no timeouts.
That's right.
And now try that drive with 45 seconds and no timeouts. And that's what Jeff Brom.
You saw it. Purdue had to do it at the end.
That's right. And how did that go?
It didn't go well.
Klatt had a funny moment in that game when the kid runs the pick six back and comes back to the sidelines and pukes. And Klatt goes, well, he ran hard.
Yeah. Well, our listeners and viewers, the best in the world, instantly on social media, they labeled it the Puke Six.
Yep.
Yeah, is that going to be your handle next week?
It is. Everybody wanted it. I don't know. We'll see. We had a lot from that one game. We had 4 from that one game, but we got a whole weekend to go.
One final observation from that game. Last year, we talked to Klatt about this. Penn State couldn't run the football. They averaged 3.2 yards per carry. Last night, 3.1. Nick Singleton finally got in the game on that second possession for Penn State. His first run, he looked great.
I know.
Had 8 carries after that for only 22 yards. I don't know what to think, man. If Penn State can't run the football, if you're putting all this pressure on Sean Clifford, it's going to be a long year.
Yeah. Now take it from that environment last night to Jordan-Hare Stadium. Oh. That's a tough ask for them coming up down the road. All right. Buffalo Wild Wings brings us a pick 3 online at nextroundlive.com. But we also will get to some games and talk about some games right now. And, man, we're excited about this, just simply getting the song back. Tyler?
Pick 3, it's time for the pick 3. 3 for you and 3 for me, that equals a pick 3. Say goodbye to your family, it's time for the pick 3. Only time that I'm happy is when it's time for pick 3.
And the pick 3 brought to you by our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings. Some great locations.
Yeah, 10 locations in the Birmingham Central Alabama area. Almost 20 years right here in the market, serving up the absolute best sports atmosphere and wings around the place to be for football Saturdays and Sundays. They've got brand new remodeled locations all over Birmingham and 2 new locations, Chelsea and Oxford. Have you been to the Oxford location yet, Brown, or the Chelsea location?
Yes on Chelsea, no on Oxford. Yes.
I have a special booth in the Chelsea location. I've been there like 18 times.
Yeah. Look, it's just a great place to watch football. Takeout available also through the Buffalo Wild Wings app.
Man, I remember when Oxford, you had Red Lobster and O'Charlie's. You used to get fired up about having those 2 things. And now listen to you. A freaking Buffalo Wild Wings?
How about it, man?
That's crazy how Oxford's growing.
B-dubs everywhere right there. All right, so it's easy to play. You just go to nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. You'll see a big Buffalo Wild Wings logo and a Pick 3 logo. You click on it. You fill out the information so we can contact you as a winner. And then you select a pod this year. Last year we only had 6 games, and we got feedback from you guys, said you wanted more variety in the games. Well, you've got 18 different games to choose from, and they're grouped in 6 different pods. You pick the pod you think you can, navigate better, and then you pick your games there. If you go 3-0, you get a ball in the bucket. It's that easy right there. I think maybe the toughest pod.
I still haven't looked at the pods.
Okay. We're going to do one pod here, and we'll break it up a little bit as we move throughout the show and try to help you guys out as you play the Pick 3. LT will give his advice, and Brownie will chime in as well, and I will sort of tie it all in a bow and take a look. But one pod, the first pod you could choose from, and I think this is the most one. Is most difficult. You have Army at Coastal Carolina, plus 2.5. Minus 2.5 for Coastal Carolina there. You have Utah minus 2.5 at Florida, and BYU minus 11.5 at South Florida. That's some interesting games. Let's go Army Coastal Carolina first as we look for that game on Saturday. best quarterback in the game on Coastal Carolina. But there's something about Army and the way they attack you that makes that a hard game to come up with a winner. You know what I mean?
Jeff Monk has just done such a good job with that program. And you're right. Grayson McCall is one of these quarterbacks. What was the game against Kansas the first time we saw him?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was a Tim Brando game.
Yeah, it was COVID year, and they just dominated.
They absolutely dominated. But, Army is always a tough out.
Yeah, they are. I mean, Army shortens the game. First of all, if I'm Coastal Carolina, I'm about to get the least possessions I'm going to have all season long. Right? There's step one. I'm a good offensive team, but I am about to have to win. I mean, what do you think Coastal Carolina probably gets, 11 or 12 possessions a game in a college football game on average?
Yep.
I'm probably about to get 7 or 8. So, I mean, no, you are. I mean, that's what Army does to you.
About 3 in each half.
Yeah, I'm going to get 3 or 4 and a half. So, I got to make every possession count now.
Hey, and this is a team that won 9 games last year. It's a veteran team. Again, Jeff Monk, and you look back on some of the big names they've played. They almost beat Michigan 2 seasons ago. They almost beat Oklahoma 3 years ago. And this is Coastal Carolina. This atmosphere is not going to bother them at all. I like Army.
You like Army in that one. Brownie, you have a feel, help the viewers and listeners out?
I think when I got to try to stay consistent with this. When Jeff asked us yesterday, I think it was, I picked Coastal to win this game, which means I would also think they cover. I think Army will make it a close, ugly game, but I'm going to take Coastal to win here.
Yeah, my only advantage for this is you're preparing for that tough triple option, but you've had all camp to prepare for that. If this was week 2, it's a little tougher in that situation. I sort of like Coastal too. Usually I got to see the Army or Navy team to get a feel for them this year because they can have that big drop off depending on their quarterback.
I think the military school to look out for this year's Air Force.
Utah and Florida.
Flyboy.
Utah and Florida. Utah minus 2.5 in this pot as well in our Buffalo Wild Wings pick 3. What do you like about Utah there?
Well, they're going to have the best player on the field in Cam Rising, a guy that's 9-2 as a starting quarterback. One of those losses in the Rose Bowl where they went toe-to-toe with Ohio State last year. You look at Florida, I don't know what to expect from Anthony Richardson. Brown, you'll love these numbers. Against non-conference opponents last year, 13.7 yards per pass attempt and 13.7 yards per rush attempt against non-conference. But against conference opponents, 6.7 per pass and only 3.9 per run.
Well, guess what? He's about to play a team that's a lot like a conference opponent.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the problem.
That was going to be my point.
Yep.
And look, Florida's won 32 straight home openers. That's the longest in SEC history. This is a really difficult game, not only for Florida but for Utah too. And it's really it's a no-win for Utah.
Yeah, the ostrich says Utah all day there. Brian in this pod plays all the favorites. He's like Utah, Coastal Carolina, and BYU.
I mean, this is probably, to me, Lance, I don't know about you and Jim, this to me is the toughest game to call all Saturday.
Utah, Florida?
Yeah.
It's number one on the one I want to see.
I don't know that there's a tougher game for me to get a feel on. Billy Napier in his first year. Anthony Richardson's just a guy we haven't seen an exceptional amount of as the undisputed starter. Utah coming cross-country, playing an SEC team against that type of speed in the heat and the humidity. There's so many unknowns in this game. It just makes it a tough game for me to call.
But we all agree Utah's the better team.
I think they are, yeah.
But who's got more pressure in this game, Kyle Whittingham or Anthony Richardson?
Kyle Whittingham.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, because Richardson, if he's bad, they've got no shot.
That's right.
He's got to be great for them to win this game. And I'm scared to death because, that we do that big bunny pool where we draft teams. My first draft pick, because I got the 8th pick, was Utah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, lucky they were around at 8.
I know. Well, we'll see if they lose this game. Not lucky. Because, their win total is only 9 in Vegas, and it's one of the highest played over totals, so it scares me. I could see them lose this game and then bottom fall out there 9-3. Again, if they win this game, they are going to be a major player. This is a huge game for them.
Well, at least Anthony Richardson has a good attitude about it. He has heard everybody talking, how – and even the Cam comparisons, and he finally came out and said at the end of this week, he's like, I'm not a superhero. I'm just my job is to play quarterback. I'm not going to try to do more than I'm asked to do. But if you hear people who's been around them in this camp, they're letting him do everything. So we'll see if he has a cape in that game. And then BYU at South Florida, that's just the strangest line out there all week to me from what I'm expecting. From what I've seen from BYU and what I've seen from South Florida, that just doesn't add up to me, which always scares you in the betting world.
Well, it does. Look, Jeff Scott's got an experienced team, but that was a bad team that won 2 games last year. I think BYU's got an opportunity with a difficult schedule to win 11 games. Again, Jaron Hall's a really good quarterback. He's not Zach Wilson, But, Algiers, a big loss, was one of the better running backs in college football last year. But Kalani Sitake always has a team that is going to fight for 60 minutes. And this is a tough spot for them. It's a no-win for BYU. Going on the road to Tampa, they're 1-4 their past 5 against the number as a road favorite. And on the other side, South Florida 5-0 their last 5 against the number as a home dog. I like South Florida in this one. I think BYU wins the game. I think it's a tight game. It's a scare.
Yeah, I'm with Lance on that. And a lot of people play up Jerry Bohannon, the South Florida quarterback that was the transfer from Baylor. And a lot of people say, hey, this is a guy that was good enough to lead Baylor to a Big 12 championship last year. That is not untrue. He was. That is truthful. However, he was doing it on a team that Jerry Bohannon could be a middle-of-the-road, almost a game manager type quarterback and play to a really good defense under Dave Aranda. Does South Florida have that type of setup for him? I don't think so.
Krusty 1001. Last year, Army had 875 offensive plays. 758 of them were rush attempts.
By the way, if their coach was coaching, Purdue would have won last night because that guy knows how to run the football.
And chances are good. So too would have West Virginia because they would have gone for it on 4th and an inch. They do that all the time.
Yeah, all the time. No, they're gonna bleed clock. You're not gonna get your possessions.
All right, that's pod 1 of 6 choices you have there that Lunsford has put together for you at nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. It's the Pick 3 being brought to you by our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings. All the great locations, LT.
Yeah, 10 locations now in Birmingham, including those 2 new locations, or the Birmingham Central Alabama area. Let me say that. The 2 new locations, Chelsea and Oxford. 20 years in the market, serving up the absolute best atmosphere and wings around. Place to be for football Saturdays and Sundays. Buffalo Wild Wings, brand new remodeled locations in Hoover, Highway 280, Gardendale. And the takeout is available through the Buffalo Wild Wings app, so don't forget that.
We'll talk about some more of the games in the Pick 3, and you'll hear from Nick Saban last night on the Hey Coach show. A really funny line from Nick Saban last night. In fact, it's such a good line, I want us to have T-shirts.
And we get to play it here as opposed to couldn't play it on radio.
Well, we had to beep it on radio. We play it in full force without the beep when we come back right here on the show that's brought to you by our friends at the Pants Store. If you're going to the Church of the Here and Now over in Tuscaloosa this week or down to Jordan Hare, make sure you're dressed for the game like the UAB folks were last night with our friends at the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order it at pantstore.com. Pantstore.com, all the game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And don't forget, specialty game day gear made especially for you ladies out there. The Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn, Alabama.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch. St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmond Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Back with you on the Next Round. No Rockstar today. Tyler, Lunsford, and Forrester behind the big glass. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you in the middle of our Pick 3 hour. But also, we do a little viewing menu every day. We'll tell you the games we've got after a great Thursday night, a fun Friday night of football ahead, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, New Life Art. This just in. Pleased to announce Daniel A. Moore's newest masterwork, The Legacy Begins. This watercolor painting pays homage to Alabama's first national championship back in 1925. Played against the Washington Huskies at the storied Rose Bowl in Pasadena. Legacy Begins is being offered in multiple formats. To get it now, go online, danielmooreart.com.
I got a quick list for you right there at the morning rounds, nextroundlive.com. But, Brown, you may give a highlight as well. But Western Michigan, Michigan State now on ESPN2 at 6. Virginia Tech, Old Dominion, 6 o'clock on ESPNU. Brown and LT are trying to tell me that Old Dominion's going to beat Virginia Tech, or could tonight.
It's a tough game for Virginia Tech. Tough game.
So I'll watch that one. And then TCU and Colorado, one of the better games late night out there in Boulder, 9 o'clock ESPN this evening. Illinois, Indiana on FS1 at 7 o'clock. Some of your Friday night action there, part of our New Life Art viewing menu. Let's continue to talk about the games this weekend. Clint is in Birmingham. Clint, man, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hey, guys. Y'all doing okay?
Awesome, Clint. You good?
Yeah, pretty good. You guys have a great show, I tell you every time, but I assume you guys don't get tired of hearing it.
You know, you can say it as much as you want. You're right. I'll hear that every day.
You're spot on, Clint.
Yep.
Hey, listen, I heard yesterday you guys were going to do an extra little after-hours thing with Nick Gillespie. When's that going to be up where we can listen to it? Or how's that going to work?
It should be going out, I assume, Lunsford, sometime today.
Yeah. It's got to go out today because it's picks for tomorrow.
So it's right after the show today, and usually every Thursday night or Friday during the show, we drop the Players Club, and that'll go out a little bit later today. If you have your alerts set, it'll let you know as soon as it goes out. But it's Saturday games only that we play there.
Okay, got you. I appreciate it, guys.
All right,
Thank you,
Clint,
man.
Thank you. And that is, as Jim said, that is another reason to set your alerts because that's how you sometimes. I mean, we're here 9 to 1, but random things like that will pop up.
It's all the other
know.
stuff.
Yeah.
Speaking of random things, last night Nick Saban had the opportunity to do the Hey Coach show. Chris Stewart's up there and hosting, filling in for Eli Gold, and there's always a moment that Nick Saban has a come to Jesus moment during the season.
Mm-hmm.
Not always right off the bat, not always in week one, but I mean, when you get headlines, I don't know how many of you saw the headline today, but it's right there on ESPN.com. Alabama has the biggest odds since 2001, one of the biggest odds favorites to win the national championship. And if you go look, only 2005 USC and 2018 Alabama had bigger odds in the preseason to win the national championship.
Yeah, the only thing that surprised me there was you guys remember that Ohio State team, I think it was in 16 or 17? Remember them coming back and they had the three quarterbacks?
I think it was 15.
Yeah, that was the year they opened at Virginia Tech, right? And we didn't even know who the starter was going to be. Yeah.
I'm a little surprised because that was one of those teams everybody was like, there's no way they can't win it.
But if you know your college football history, 2005 USC, which was the biggest favorite since 2001 to win the national championship, what did they not do, Brown?
Well, they did not win the national championship.
Yeah.
It was lost to Texas.
And if you know your Alabama history,
right,
the second biggest favorite since 2001 to win the national championship was 2018 Alabama. What did that team not do?
It did not win the national championship.
Yeah. Now the third biggest since 2001 to win the national championship is this Alabama team.
Mm-hmm.
We talked to Henry To'oTo'o earlier about the church of what's happening now. This is what Nick Saban said last night on Hey Coach from the Crimson Tide Sports Network.
And so I encourage everybody to be positive and, create a legacy for what we want to do this season. And you contribute to it in a positive way. All right, not in what I read, these guys write all the time, about, how can Alabama run the table? I mean, well, can't you figure out something better to do than that? I mean, come on. We got to play one game at a time. All right, so how can Alabama lose to this team? How can this team beat Alabama 3 months from now? Who gives a shit? I mean, how about this game? How about the church of what's happening now? All right, like now. Can we focus on what's happening now? How come no one's interested in that? Why do we have to go all the way? Anyway.
I don't know if it would matter. The church of what's happening now is a good line, by the way.
Yeah.
That's the T-shirt you want?
I do, but we have learned, Tyler actually said there's a comedic podcast called The Church of What's Happening Now.
Well, and in 3 months, who's going to give a shit?
Yeah. Then we can use Alan,
Hey.
3 months, who's going to give it?
My whole takeaway from that is, dang, he doesn't look like he's aged.
He really
when he does a rant like that, he doesn't look old at all. Does he?
My take is he's playing to the crowd a little bit more. He's having more fun. He's more comfortable. Yeah. And I think and we've talked about this before, I think he realizes, hey, look, it's more time to live in the moment, enjoy what we're doing right now. It is a different Nick Saban. Who was the media guest, by the way?
Chase Goodbread.
Yeah, Chase Goodbread.
Okay.
Yeah, new columnist, Tuscaloosa News. Chase had left to go to the NFL Network for a little bit, but never left Tuscaloosa, and he's back with the Tuscaloosa News. What I was going to say is I don't know that we change it any because I don't know that the man really cares, but if Nick Saban were doing that show without the constraints of the FCC and local radio, I wonder how much different it would be.
Yeah.
Like Sirius XM. If we're on Sirius XM or if it were like us, it were just on the internet where there's no FCC regulations.
Well, here's what we need to do. Next time we have him on, we'll tell Josh, remember we have no FCC regulations. We'll ask him nothing but hypotheticals.
let him
blow up.
Yeah. Just let him over and over say, who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Patrick says, can you put that on a T-shirt? Well, we can go who gives a poop emoji if we wanted to.
I saw a group of girls from some part of Asia, and they were wearing like the most explicit shirts in Disney that I'd ever seen.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
In Disney?
Wow.
In Disney, yeah.
I have some boundaries somewhere.
I know. So my point was going to be, you can put it on the shirt.
I'm surprised the Disney stormtroopers didn't haul
They
her
probably
off.
ended up getting them. It was close to the gate where I saw them.
Yeah, that's crazy. So when you see that last night, as a person who's covered Alabama and Nick Saban for a long time, obviously he's trying to control the rat poison and all that a little bit. But man, it's entertaining as hell.
No, it is. I mean, he is I think that's what I tune in for on press conferences and on stuff like that. That's when I see that show, that Hey Coach show. It's when he does something like that, right? And those rants he does, and I don't know that was the end rant, but you've done the show. We've all done the show before. At the end, Eli, and now Chris Stewart sets him up and says, all right, Coach, your final thing. And he's got something prepared for that. Like, you'll see him sometimes he'll look down at some notes on, I want to say this. And that's when normally he goes on one of those rants. I don't think that's what that was. But those are the most entertaining Nick Saban moments in the world to me.
I'm sure it's the finest card stock in the world, but it's the size. Do you remember the little Debbie cakes that they would come on a little piece of paper?
No, the Swiss cake rolls.
Yeah.
Yeah, Swiss cake rolls would.
It's the size of that he has in front of him. And he's got a few notes scribbled out to what Brown's talking about. And then as the show goes on, if he thinks of something else, he scribbles on that as well. And then on another side of it, he writes down the caller's name every time so he can remember to call them by name or write down their name. And the person who's sitting next to him, like when I'm sitting there, he writes down the word Jim Dunaway to remember my name.
That used to be skinny that did my coach's show.
Who's not skinny anymore.
I thought you were fat when you did the coach's show.
No, he was skinny. No, Jim lost all that weight.
I was fat. Then I was skinny. Then I was medium. Then I was skinny. Medium skinny.
So you're Northwestern football.
That's right. Every other year.
Do you want me to know the moment I knew Dunaway was going to start a diet?
When somebody called him out for his stomach?
AM. I think we're still on AM. You were doing the Shula show. And somebody was sent into the show or something. Congratulations to Coach Shula on the win, and congratulations to Dunaway on the pregnancy.
I think it was the first Saban one. Yeah.
Well, could that have been a bad shirt, though? I'll never forget that. Like, we had taken a picture somewhere, and I had shirt untucked, and it looked kind of big, and somebody commented, boy, you've been eating too much Petrocelli's.
Yeah. No, Saban actually, the first one was over in Atlanta, Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
Was it the Clemson game?
I think it was the Clemson game, and he gave me a little pat on the stomach.
Hey, big fella.
Yeah. We need to take care of that. And I did really quickly. All right, that's Nick Saban last night. Part of our show today being brought to you by Adam Mestre. That's Rockstar's guy, but Rockstar's not here. So we're going to go all the way to the back row in Lunsford. You tell us about Rockstar's guy.
Yeah, let me tell you guys about Rockstar's guy, Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Of the almost 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, he is in the top 8% of agents. Adam is a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you're using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit them online at mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Okay, last night, UCF got a win over South Carolina State, 56-10. UCF was supposed to win that game. I guess they were supposed to win it like that. But everybody was watching John Rice Plumlee in that contest because, Brown, you were the first I heard bring this up. That just seems like a Gus Malzahn quarterback.
Well, it's like a lab-made Gus Malzahn quarterback. Inefficient passer sometimes, but a really, really athletic guy, good runner. And he had a good game last night in our DraftKings League here on the show. Lunsford and I both had him, and he was the winner for us. 20 of 31, 308, 4 touchdowns, and he ran for another 86 yards and a touchdown. 5 total touchdowns, LT, no turnovers.
I had him too, but I
think I played, you had him in the game.
I think I played in a different league than you guys.
Yeah, you weren't in the one we were in.
It doesn't make any sense. No,
you
guys,
you didn't show up.
No, you guys sent me.
Lunsford sent it.
Yeah, this was really weird. So what won our league last night? I just want to know.
Lunsford. It was he and I had John Rice Plumley, so it was down to the two of us. He also fumbled though.
Let me ask you.
But I'm talking about how many points.
Oh, I don't know.
Let me ask you. Did you have Spencer Sanders as well?
Yeah, Dunaway.
I at the last second. You know,
I had Hendon Hooker and Plumlee.
157 points.
Yeah.
158.
Oh, you don't want our league.
Kidding. I had 139.
139. Well, you'd finish second. I think you'd have beat me.
The typical landmine play, and this is what I hate about daily fantasy, or just the way I do it. I had a great lineup I liked, but I had $400 left. So I adjusted one receiver that gave me a little bit more money that I was able to then get JT Daniels, and I took Spencer Sanders out for JT Daniels.
6 touchdowns.
Yeah,
six touchdowns.
Hey, by the way, needed all 6. Thank you, Derek Mason.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, that defense was a mess.
Trash.
For Oklahoma State, 58-44. It was 51-15 to start into the third quarter after they scored in the third quarter. Sanders had gone 313 yards, ran for 2, passed for 3 in the first half. 51-15, he's turning the engine off, man, parking the car and going to let everybody else have it. And then here comes Central Michigan, and that game ends up being 58-44.
Yeah, they got outscored 29-14 in the second half. They got outgained 281-138 after the break. They gave up 546 total yards, which was more than they had altogether.
You know what it looked like? Speaking of Derek Mason, I was watching that game, left one of my screens, and then I checked the score, and I was like, ooh, let's watch the second half of this. And I came back to it. It looked like Derek Mason last year in Auburn, Mississippi State second half. Remember that?
Yeah. Well, the good news is Oklahoma State ended up winning that game.
And they could move the football, which Auburn couldn't do against State last year.
They had scored enough to where they could overcome a Derek Mason second half. But a different-looking Oklahoma State team is that defense isn't good because it was that defense that had them in the Big 12 championship.
I mean, that
game.
was the difference. Now, I will say this. This looks more like a Mike Gundy offense.
It does.
By the way, his 150th win last night, and only Nick Saban, Kirk Ferentz, Dabo Swinney are the active FBS coaches that have 150-plus at their current schools.
Yeah. So the Shepherd said word was Schmedding called the Iron Bowl last year. Thank God Mason left. I'm not going to miss him. It says on Twitter. I don't know if Schmedding called the Iron Bowl or not. But
if he did, that was a great defensive game. And they actually, even though they lost the game, looked really good defensively in the Birmingham Bowl,
They did. No, you're absolutely right.
Because that Houston offense was really good.
Yeah, so maybe that's indicative of what's, some excitement for Auburn's defense. I don't know. But Derek Mason did not look good last night. Central Michigan could not be stopped in the second half.
Yeah. All right. We roll on, and at the top of the hour, we'll do our Monday headlines today. We do that every Friday. That's coming up in the second half of the show, third hour of the show. But when we come back, much more with you guys, including some more college football conversation from our Pick 3, which you can play right now at nextroundlive.com, brought to you by our friends at B-Dub, and the show being brought to you as well by our friends at Alabama Power, Brownie. Alabama Power, keeping you connected.
They are. Every dollar you save counts. That's why Alabama Power offers rates to help you save on your power bill. When you enroll in a time of use rate, you save money when you avoid using major appliances at the same time during peak hours or the heat of the day. Staggering the use of major appliances, running them on nights and weekends, simple ways to help lower your bills with time of use rates. To sign up, just call Alabama Power. 800-257-APCO or go to alabamapower.com/time advantage and visit them in person or at an office near you. It's Alabama Power.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time in Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Football season is here, and it's time to do what we do best. Lanceslock.com is your source for football winners, and for only $90 a month, you won't find a better value anywhere. If you're going to play, you might as well win while you're doing it. Jump in with me and get every lock from every league every single day. College football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA. It's all under the same subscription. $90 a month breaks down to $3 a day. There's not a better deal out there. Subscribe today this year at Lanceslock.com.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round as we get ready for another big night of football, but then a full day on Saturday. Good game on Sunday. By the way, for Florida State and LSU, Brian Kelly, possibility he's going to play two quarterbacks in that game against Florida State. Tough ticket down there in New Orleans for that Sunday night game. And then we ended on Monday night with Clemson and Georgia Tech. Football season continues with the NFL cranking up next Thursday. Our friends at MyBookie AG ready for you. A number of you are on MyBookie AG. Lunsford's on there. Jay Payer out in Dallas. You can be there. It's real easy, Brownie.
Yes, the Bills and Rams are kicking off the NFL regular season 1 week from last night, so it's time to get that winning season with a MyBookie. You can get on any time, but may as well do it before this weekend, right? If you're a veteran bettor or first-timer, MyBookie gets you the most for your money with a double deposit bonus. It is quick and easy. A $250 deposit puts $500 in your account. It doubles it, right? You use those funds to bet instantly on as many games, contests, and props as you desire. Claim that bonus today by going to mybookie.ag and using this code, next round. When you're there, just say, what was that code? Oh, my favorite show of all time. Next round. That's the code. Next round. It adds more excitement to the games and sports you love. Bet on team win totals. Predict the Super Bowl winner. Use the MyBookie prop builder. Secure the bag is what you do there. Your winning season begins today exclusively at MyBookie. MyBookie.ag code next round. MyBookie.ag code next round.
A couple of comments at nextroundlive.com. Milkman says, wait, Klatt said Singleton was the best running back in the nation coming out of high school, but he didn't start last night.
So he did not.
No.
Yeah, came in the second series.
Yeah, second series.
And when I saw him in that second series, I thought they're not going to miss much of Noah Kane. I don't think. This guy looks pretty good.
That first run looked really good.
Very explosive. And, and Klatt was talking about this is a guy that runs with anger, basically.
Yeah.
And I wonder why he was limited to 9 carries.
And I don't know if you had your volume up at the time, but Klatt also, somewhat questioned the way they were using him. Like, I'd kind of like to see him be behind the quarterback rather than next to him, maybe in the pistol or whatever, to get him that little more downhill on the tackle. So I think, maybe they'll figure out how to use him better. I thought he looked pretty good early on.
Yeah, I did too. And Penn State escapes with a win in what was a good atmosphere at Purdue. Pittsburgh had a great atmosphere too. It felt like a rivalry game, like a Red River shootout. It seemed like the crowd was split there. Afterwards, Pat Narduzzi had called out ESPN for saying it was going to be 75% West Virginia fans. I never saw that. I'd seen a 40,000 West Virginia tickets, 30,000 Pitt tickets. We all watched that game. It sounded loud when West Virginia did something right.
Yeah, it seemed like a 50-50 split. I'll tell you what happened to me. So that was the first game to go at 6 o'clock. Yep. So I had it on upstairs. Me and little man had dinner. And then we went down after dinner, and I put it on the big screen, and I put the other TVs on. And when I put it on, believe it or not, DirecTV sound wasn't working just on one TV.
Yes.
So I had to reset the box. So when I'm resetting the box, I don't have volume. I'm watching the other games, and I'm watching it on top too. But I'm hearing the crowd go nuts.
Upstairs?
So I didn't know what was going on because I was like, I don't know if this is West Virginia or Pitt because it's such a split crowd.
Yeah, exactly right. Pat Narduzzi afterwards, I'll play the soundbite, and then I want you guys to tell me the likability of this guy.
Okay.
Pat Narduzzi of Pittsburgh. He's asked about the big play in the game when the other coach, not him, the other coach, didn't go for it on 4th and short.
Were you surprised that they didn't go for it on that 4th and 1 before the punt and that touchdown?
You know what? You never know what's going to happen. I think maybe they had some confidence that they were going to be able to stop our offense. I'd have gone for it, but I'm not going to answer for them. It'd be something you have to ask Coach Neil about what they were thinking or whatever. But it's 4th and 1.
Okay. First off, you got to go ask him about it. Well, yeah, they are asking him about it, but he goes ahead and says, "I'd have gone for it."
Yeah. When I had not seen the video yet. I just saw it tweeted. Pat Narduzzi, Pitt coach Pat Narduzzi, says he would have gone for it. I thought he's going to be really smug about it. That wasn't quite smug.
Yeah, I didn't think
I thought
so.
It was an honest answer.
Yeah.
To answer your question, I started out before you even played that somebody. I really don't like Pat Narduzzi, and I can't tell you why.
It's just one of those amber vision glasses.
You think that's it?
No, he looks like an annoying neighbor.
He does.
Yeah.
That maybe owns a leaf blower.
No, and I do think that his attitude has changed just a little bit because of how good they were last year.
Maybe you think he's got a little cocky?
Maybe a little bit. He was talking about national championships 2 days ago. I feel really good that Desmond's going to be wrong on Pittsburgh getting to a college football playoff.
Based on last night, I bet Desmond would like to redo that segment from last week. He was mic'd up pre-game, though. The guy's energetic. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
I was watching some of the mic'd up portion from the pre. They showed it during the game.
I like that. It's hard to believe they were doing that with earbuds, but I guess that's what they were using for IFB.
I guess so. He was wearing them. I don't know.
Yeah.
But, I don't know. But that wasn't near as smug as it looked like on Twitter when somebody says that he tweeted that he had said that. It wasn't near as smug. The guy can obviously, he's a pretty good coach. I just don't like him for some reason.
And I've seen him for the national championship game be really good in that entertaining coaching channel that they do. What's that called again? Coach's room, film room, whatever it is. Yeah. When the coaches watch it, he was very entertaining for that as well. Just something about him, and I guess I like the sound. I guess it just seems like there's something. Like you're piling on. And I guess that's what you want to do in a rivalry game. I forget how much these two fan bases hate each other. You're probably going to really excite your fans when you said, hey, I would have gone for it. Don't know what that other guy was doing. That's why they lost the game.
I mean, I got to imagine right now Pat Narduzzi's approval rating among Pitt fans has to be close to 100%. I mean, when's the last time you've been this good?
To win the ACC.
Yeah.
To start out 1-0 over a rival you haven't beaten or haven't played in 11 years.
Yeah, win the backyard brawl right out of an ACC championship. I would imagine he's probably one of the few guys in America that's 100% right now.
We talked about Neil Brown, and I've got 5 college football questions I want to ask you guys in a little bit, and Neil Brown could be one of your answers. But I heard this morning, and I think it's legitimate that his buyout's $20 million. Would West Virginia pay $20 million?
Ooh, I don't think so. I mean, I think West Virginia is one of those schools that's they got to feel good about being in the Big 12, but what if the Pac-12 wins this battle?
That's right. You want to save your money right now.
That's right, because they don't know. I think they've got an unknown conference future. If the Big 12 wins the battle, they're probably safe. But if the Pac-12 wins the battle,
if they were a Big 10 team or an SEC team, it's a different story. Your future's locked down.
Yeah, you'd be willing to pay that kind of money. Now, I think that's too early. Let's see what Neil Brown does. I know what you're asking. If it came to that, would they have that kind of money?
Bobby says, I'm a few minutes behind, but why on earth do people act like Saban's fiend indignation is entertaining or anything other than crude and tacky is beyond me. And then they're also debating over there how many hours over-under. They put over-under 4 hours and 30 minutes that LT will spend on the phone this college football season with DirecTV.
I don't know if I will. The problem is they've outsourced everything, I think, to the Philippines, and it's a difficult conversation.
Yeah, but you eventually, when things go wrong, you get on the phone with them.
Yeah, I do, but I don't know. I got to troubleshoot myself now. It's tough.
I am surprised you knew how to reboot the system there.
Well, I had to reach out to our friend Steve Horton.
There you go.
I know how to reboot it. I just said, what could be the problem? And they told me reboot it.
Royal Pain, Utah loses at least 3 games a year every year except the short COVID year. Florida by 10. And he thinks the hype train for Richardson starts tomorrow night.
It could. If Florida wins this game, that's going to be a major story coming out of it.
No, if they win this game by 10, it's the biggest story of the weekend for the Southeastern Conference, don't you think? Maybe one of the biggest in the nation, honestly.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're taking a top 10 team down, and immediately the Pac-12, to me, is done, because I know there's a lot of USC love. Fight on, love to see it. But I would find it almost impossible to believe that Lincoln Riley in year 1 can get them to a college football playoff.
Jay Price is right. If Narduzzi comes on the show and is good next week and calls one of us by name, he will become our favorite coach.
Yeah.
That's kind of the way we work.
Yeah, absolutely. Jay says, I don't like him. Not Narduzzi, a.k.a. Narducci.
Wow.
That's pretty good. We should save that, Jay. I needed a headline still to come for the show.
I got my headline, Brown.
I do too. I'm ready to go.
I just came up with it in break.
I'm going from.
I told Dunaway, I was like, I don't have a headline. And 2 minutes later, I was like, I got a headline.
My game is from Lance's upset special. I got a headline from the upset special.
All right. In the next segment, we'll go 4 downs, and we'll do our headlines as well. Trash in the next hour. Getting ready for a big full weekend of college football. That's our Michelson look ahead. Michelson laser vision. You don't want amber shaded glasses like Pat Narduzzi.
No.
You go to our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
And it's really simple. If you wear glasses like Pat Narduzzi, if you wear contacts, you're wasting money each and every year. Do what I did 20 years ago. Make the phone call 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, the best in the business. Call them today, 969-8100, or online for more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Excelsior Ambulance Service is veteran-owned and contracted and has moved into the Birmingham area. Excelsior is currently hiring all levels, drivers, EMT, advanced EMT, paramedics, and dispatchers, and will meet or match pay according to the level and experience. Apply now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, second half of the show now. Dunaway, Brown, LT, Tyler in for Rockstar, who will be back with us next Friday. Next Friday's when we'll start Rockstar's Playhouse as well. He's not doesn't have one ready for today. Black Jacket Symphony's where he is, right? He's off singing tonight?
Yeah, he is. He's out of town somewhere, though, because I was going to go see him. And
we're such good friends, man. Don't even know where he is.
No, but he's out of town.
Yeah.
So how about that? He's not in Birmingham.
Not in Birmingham.
I knew that.
I know, but we broadcast everywhere. We could give him a plug. Any of you guys who are a lot closer to Rockstar than LT and me back there know where he is?
Albertville.
Oh, beautiful Albertville.
Barely
Alabama, I was right.
Yeah. So Albertville tonight, if you'd like to... The audience knows. He's in Albertville, guys.
I'm sure he said it on the show.
Thank you in the chat room. Brett, he's in Albertville. Thank you, guys. Sand Mountain Park, Blake. Thank you. Sand Mountain Park tonight. Forrester knows. Sand Mountain Amphitheater. Thank you.
Wow.
Everybody but us knew.
Yep.
I'll be honest with you, I didn't know until 3 minutes before the show he wasn't going to be here. I had already put the Rockstar Playhouse down. I was excited about it. So we get the first one next week coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. So that is really good. Blake's going to the show tonight. If you'd like to go see him, go check him out in Albertville tonight. That's where Rockstar is.
How far is that?
Well, Blake may live near Albertville.
No, I'm just asking how far it is from
let's see. Mentone is about an hour and a half. I get off Mentone. So I'm going to call it about 2 hours, 10 minutes.
I don't think that's how you go.
Thank you, Waze.
Well, I don't think
it is,
Jim.
It's an hour and 24 minutes.
Hour and 24 minutes, and
Yeah.
I don't think you go the way you were talking about.
Not going to be going.
Yeah. All right.
But everybody else should go.
So that's where Rockstar is. Forrester and Lunsford's on the back road. Part of the show is being brought to you today by Dr. B, the guy that's got LT's hair looking great under that new black hat. That's part of the hats you can get in our store right now, nextround.store.
Yeah, look, unfortunately for a lot of people, when you get a little older, things start to happen. Things fall apart. Things fall out. With age, for most, comes hair loss. When it happened to me, I asked around. Everyone said, call Dr. Beckenstein. I set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge, and Dr. B is the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics, formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B had that virtual meeting to go over my options. We chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help with the increase the thickness and health of my hair. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the next round sent you.
Jay Price, Brown, just since you're interested, it takes Highway 75. Brett, though, my way, goes up 59 to Gadsden. On the way to Minto, takes 431 over to Albertville. That's the way to get there to see Rockstar happening tonight. 4 downs every day, brought to you by Vulcan Tire. LT has those today. Looking forward to that. Before we do that, though, Hall & Oates over there says this. Has it only been 2 years ago, 2 football seasons ago, that we were debating on whether we were going to play football this time of year?
Yep.
Yeah, 2020.
That seems forever ago now.
Yeah.
I remember being terrified out back of my house that we weren't going to have football.
No, it felt. I mean, we had some dark days in the old pandemic.
Greg Sankey.
Those were among the darkest. Greg Sankey, yeah.
He was one of the. He's a great American. So I mean, when we start to talk about the George Washingtons and the Thomas Jeffersons.
Would we add on to Mount Rushmore? We're going to go Greg Sankey?
I think Sankey might need to be there. What he did for our economy, what he did for our nation, bringing us together.
Yes.
I mean, very, very important
Greg,
stuff.
We tip our hat to you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, why don't we just give him some ownership stock in here since he saved us?
That's all he needs is some money.
Yeah. It's okay.
That's all he needs is more money. All right, 4 downs is brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. We'll get ready to ring those out after you tell us about 5 great locations.
Yeah, 5 great locations. That new location, Pell City, almost open. Anything you need, bumper to bumper, brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it for you and your family. Stop by one of those 4, soon to be 5 locations, or online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Who bounces back and has the better season, Purdue or West Virginia?
I'm going to need to look at the schedules. I mean, obviously I know who West Virginia plays. They play the entire conference. I don't know who Purdue catches from the other
Purdue
division.
real quick.
Well, Purdue is the sexy pick because they didn't have Ohio State or Michigan on their schedule.
That is correct.
That's why a lot of people, that was the sexy pick to win the Big Ten West. But I forget the schedule. I'm just having a hard time. I'm sure one of them will bounce back and have a good season. Which one bounces back best, man? Both of them had so many flaws, so many good moments. Both of them should have won the game last night. Both of them, they outplayed the other team. Both of them should have won. My 2 teams that I had in the underdogs should have won the game outright last night. Both of them. I felt so good at different points in the game.
I felt really good about both of mine winning.
West Virginia still got to play non-conference at Virginia Tech. That is far from a layup, obviously, at Virginia Tech. They are at Texas. They are at Texas Tech. They are at Iowa State, and they play the other ones at home, at Oklahoma State at the end of the year. That's a tough landing, too. Listen to this. Oklahoma at home, Kansas State at home, at Oklahoma State, their last 3.
Yeah, I think Purdue's 7-5.
I think you're probably right on Purdue. They do, as you said, Jim, avoid Ohio State and Michigan, but they just lost to Penn State. So.
Everybody in the chat room takes Purdue, so I'll go with them, except Hall & Oates, who says Purdue. not Purdue.
Well, Purdue's about to probably roll off 3 straight: Indiana State, at Syracuse, and Florida Atlantic. So, you're going to be 3-1 going to Minnesota. So I think I'll go
down. Which 17-point favorite has a better chance of going down this weekend, Ohio State or Georgia?
Oh, gosh, Georgia. I mean, neither is the answer. Neither happens. But Georgia, I think, will be in a tighter game than Ohio State is.
Really good interview on the Fox pregame show with Marcus Freeman. And they went back and showed, it was the Notre Dame quarterback, Brady Quinn, that was doing the interview. So they went back and showed each other, in their old college uniforms, Brady with Notre Dame and then Marcus Freeman, as you pointed out yesterday, just 2009.
He's a kid.
Or 2008 with Ohio State. I would say Oregon has a better chance. I would agree with Brown if, Bo Nix is the starter and he has a game like he had when he beat Oregon at Auburn, or, a game like he had when he beat Alabama at Auburn. I think there's some players there. Dan Lanning has some insight into how Todd Monken calls plays. There's some knowledge there. I just think Ohio State may be the best team in the country when we get to the end of the year. They may be the best, so I would take Oregon.
Yeah, I'm with you guys. I don't think either happens. We see these kind of upsets early a lot. I would lean Georgia losing to Oregon if one was to happen.
Third down.
Keeping on the upset theme, better chance of being upset, NC State or Arkansas?
I would go NC State. I just think Dunaway said this early, and he was right, though Furman made me think about something. The way Alabama was able just to line up with not a great Alabama rush offense, line up and just run it right down their throat. They haven't fixed that, I don't think, in the offseason. Cincinnati.
So Furman was the first one to tell you that?
No, it's not what I said. You got to listen to what I say. Selective listening, Jim. Don't get Betty Crocker moist on me, okay?
Did you invent those two?
I did, yes. So what Furman said, though, that made me think was, he was like, yeah, you're right, Brownie, but against Alabama, they had to prepare for the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback as well and give him respect. They don't have to respect the Arkansas passing game as much as they did.
So it's not that I was listening to you. I really interrupted you before you got to your main point, which was that right there.
But I am so used to that. Yeah. That really washed over me.
Yeah, see, because I had made a point. Alabama had given, that's the script. Arkansas can run the ball right down their throats.
Right.
And then
But
they don't have the same passing threat.
Furman said you're right, but you had to respect Alabama's pass game too. So that helped Alabama run the ball.
I think both of these games could be really interesting.
Do you know?
Mike Houston in year 4 with East Carolina, they've got a lot of experience. They've got an experienced quarterback. NC State,
I'm not worried about
NC
State at all. Not worried about them at all. They cover easily. NC State boat races. East Carolina. Not even worried about them.
Motorboats them?
It's Cincinnati, Arkansas is the biggest concern.
See, I would take a stake if I didn't own NC State because I got them on the 9th overall pick.
Yeah,
I'm nervous about that game.
I don't want you to cheer against them, but NC State, this is a different Wolfpack team.
I would say Arkansas because Cincinnati has built a foundation under Luke Fickell. Nick Fickell.
Yeah.
Nick Fickell. Nick Fickell.
Just come on down to Nick Fickell, Chevy Chrysler.
Luke Fickell has done such a good job with this program, though, and a lot like the Alabamas and Ohio States and Georgias of the world, on that level, they just restock. And, he's got a couple of hyped up quarterbacks. They're probably not going to be as good as Desmond Ridder. Obviously, the corners aren't going to be nearly as good as you had with Kobe Bryant and Sauce Gardner. But I still think Cincinnati's going to be a really good team, and Arkansas is getting a lot of hype. Arkansas finally is no longer an underdog.
That's right. That's right. So, a lot of expectations there.
I would say Arkansas.
I would go Arkansas, too.
Fourth down.
Keanu Reeves, John Wick, Johnny Utah, 58 years old today. Good-looking 58. Better career, Keanu Reeves or Dan Marino?
Such a weird comparison, but I will go Dan Marino.
Dan Marino.
Yes. Dan Marino was considered to be the greatest quarterback of all time at one point. Keanu Reeves is never considered to be the greatest actor of all time.
No, I get that, but you look at the career of Keanu Reeves, the movies he's been in. He is going down as one of the greatest action stars based on the John Wick.
I don't want to side with Brown too much in one day, but Dan Marino by a lot.
Oh no, I'm going Keanu here.
Yeah.
You can be wrong. That's okay.
Yeah, sometimes you let your knowledge and love of movies.
That's right.
Cloud your better judgment. Because I think sometimes you want to sound like the smartest person in the world with your movie knowledge.
No.
Keanu Reeves won the Academy Award for what role?
No, he didn't.
Okay,
and again, he's been in a lot of cheesy, just like fun popcorn movies. But Keanu Reeves, the longevity.
Oh, Dan Marino had a long career.
Dan Marino, and Michael's right. Keanu's a great guy. Dan seems like a dick.
Based on what? I've been around Dan Marino twice. Who could not have been a nicer person.
I introduced Dan Marino to Brown at the national championship game.
Could not have been a nicer person.
Well, he looks like one to me.
So nice that I walked up and talked to Dan Marino. I'm scared of everybody.
Right. And we're basing Keanu on what?
No, I mean, I've heard stories about Keanu. Kids breaking into his house. He drinks beer with them.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember now. I actually got Chuck Dunlap to introduce you to.
Chuck's a big Dolphins fan, and Chuck was like, "Hey,
Keanu does a ton for charity.
Could not
unknown things."
I've talked to Dan Marino twice. Could not have been a nicer guy.
See, look at it. John Lunsford. Keanu's the nicest person on the planet. He might
fantastic.
be.
I hope he is.
Fantastic.
I hope he is.
Nice
Would
guys
you go
don't.
Keanu or Dan Marino?
Oh, wait a minute. What are you saying, Tyler?
So during the movie of the filming of The Matrix, Keanu had to put $7 million of his own money just to finish production. And then after the movie made what it made, he went to everybody on the special effects team and the editing team and gave them all $1 million.
Yeah, but Dan Marino gave his linemen gloves.
That's right. Ice owners.
I think you two are wrong. Hey, what do you think, Lunsford? I'm just wondering, because Lunsford's a sports fan, too.
Keanu.
Yeah,
definitely.
I agree. Look at that net worth.
I mean, already, I mean, Lunsford's like you. He likes to act like he's smarter than everybody because of his knowledge of entertainment.
I am, Jim.
Yeah, you're the one that called him a simpleton.
Simple mind.
A simple mind. I was trying to say it was a Jim mistake. I was trying to say beautiful mind, and I said simple mind.
Okay.
And now it's stuck with me. Now I'm his mortal enemy.
Josh, didn't Keanu shovel his neighbor's driveway?
No, he does it all. I mean, if we just leave
if
Keanu,
we ever have a cure for cancer, it's
that's
Keanu.
what I was going to say. If we just leave
Keanu
Keanu by himself a little bit, he will cure cancer for us. He's working on global warming right now. That is 4 Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Again, 4 locations, soon to be that 5th location in Pell City. Anything you need, bumper to bumper, they can handle. Brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. For more information, VulcanTireAuto.com.
To quote the great Nick Saban, who's better, Keanu Reeves or Dan Marino? Who gives a shit?
I got to make 4 Downs, okay? You can have it if you want it.
That's what I would have told Saban in the commercial break. Hey, I understand what you're saying.
We got to write something.
Well, we got to fill 4 hours a day, every day. We're going to do a few hypotheticals. We'll get there.
You see, that Charles says Keanu has a silent leaf blower.
How are those leaves moving?
Oh, that's really good. Good time to get to the headlines right here, too. We do our Monday headlines today. It's one of our spotlights. And today it'll be brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. This hour always brought to you by Champy's. Getting ready for tailgate. I got a little golf afterwards, but if it works out, I'm going to swing by there and get a to-go order to take home from Champy's and get a little extra and watch it tomorrow morning. Eat it for breakfast and watch game day in Champy's Chicken. Just such great chicken fingers there, hand cut by Sterling himself. The chicken plates, the sides, the specialty desserts made specifically for Champy's world-famous fried chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Check them out and order for your tailgate at champy'schicken.com. Champy'schicken.com, the best, easiest tailgate access right there. Champy'schicken.com. All right, headlines. If you're new to the show, this is one of those segments that almost died when we were on radio. It was never good. Then last year, we came over to this format. And to be honest with you, I think it excelled because LT was always good at this, but without the FCC regulations, he took it to a different level. And another third compliment for Brown in one segment.
Oh, my gosh.
Brown was the most improved headline person last year. You were really, really good at this last year.
Hey, thanks, Jim.
Yeah.
I think the cameras helped and the whiteboards.
Yeah.
That's a Jim contribution was the whiteboard. So there's Jim's addition to this.
Thank you.
It doesn't do very good headlines, but the whiteboards are.
I didn't even, and with that in mind, let me start since mine is the worst.
Well, how many have you done? Because you like to do 3 or 4.
Just one, but
Okay.
there's a good chance others will pop up to me as we go.
Yep. All right. We're not going to play the open?
Do we have an open?
Of course. It's every freaking day for this segment we have it open.
Mature adjumulation.
That's it. I mean, every segment that we do this, we've got the open.
Hit it, Tyler.
Well, Tyler's got to pull it up.
Oh, okay. So who's premature on this one?
Well,
Brownie?
I don't know. Tyler's got a lot of things going on.
I know. Hey, how about our intern running the show
He's
today?
the best, man. We love Tyler.
Technically, it was supposed to be Lunsford, but he's back there cashing checks. Whatever Lunsford does.
Oh, you got to start it over, Tyler. Jim will share the whole thing. Sorry.
The College Football Spotlight.
Like the game's already been played. Monday's headlines today.
See how much better that is now?
I love Amber's voice. I do.
You've seen her feet.
I have not seen her feet.
Very creepy.
All right. Headlines. This is basically where we try to tell you. We predict a game by
That's
what
right.
the headline will be Sunday morning or Monday.
Yep.
I'm going to go to Starkville, the Starkville Eagle, with one of my favorite karaoke songs of all time. Walking on Memphis. State wins 48-10. Walking on Memphis.
Not bad.
Walking on Memphis.
Walking on Memphis. 48-10. Brownie, what do you have for us today?
I'm going to go to the state newspaper. Nope. I'm sorry. It's not in the state. It's in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution.
Oh, the AJC.
The
Wow.
AJC has got this one. Sir Big Spur no more. Cox commanded. Sir Big Spur no more. Cox commanded. It's LT's upset alert of the week.
I like it.
Georgia State, by the way, beating South Carolina.
Why did it go to the AJC, though, from Atlanta? So it's such a big story?
You know, Georgia State plays in Atlanta, Jim.
Oh, I thought East Carolina was beating South Carolina.
Nope, they would be beating NC State.
Yeah, okay. That's right. I'm good. Give it to me again, Brownie. I want to see it one more time. Did you see the story that they're back to Sir Big Sir?
I did.
Big Spur?
I did.
Yeah, and again, who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Sir Big Spur, no more. Cox commanded.
Yeah. All right.
I'm going to go to the Oxford Eagle. You guys ever read that over in Oxford,
over
Mississippi?
in Oxford, Mississippi, Ole Miss, hotty totty, gosh almighty, Lance.
They put it behind a paywall.
Wait a minute, who
never
do they play? Hang on before you do it. I forgot who Ole Miss play. Oh, they play Troy. That's right. Oh, gosh.
Jackson's Dart bust Trojans.
Yeah. Got to watch out for the leaky secondary.
I'd forgotten who they played the minute I saw it was Troy out here.
Anytime LT is, anytime LT or Brown.
I came up with that in 3 minutes. That's
I know.
pretty good.
Anytime we're up against the clock, they instantly go to Troy or anybody named Gamecock.
Well, I mean, USC, Troy, and South Carolina are the easiest in this game. There's no doubt about it. Yes. I'm not going to deny it.
Not a game. We don't keep score.
I'm sorry, Jeff.
Jackson's Dart's going to be lethal.
That's our headlines. Like the games that have already been played today, brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Chicken. Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. We'll run around college football, give you an update on some things that are interesting to you, and we'll do trash when we come back right here on TNR.
With official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Insurance premiums are increasing on your home, your automobile, and your business like never before. And having just one company as an option can cost you thousands of dollars each year. I'm Tyler Watts with Tyler Watts & Associates. We're an independent insurance agency and represent over 50 companies such as Nationwide, Progressive, Allstate, Travelers, just to name a few. Finding an affordable option with A-plus rated companies is what we do for our clients. Don't be held captive to just one company. Let me and my staff help you today. Call me at 205-664-4444. That's 205-664-4444.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Does that mean I got to be up early tomorrow?
Yes.
Oh.
Hey, tomorrow, don't forget, 9 a.m. We'll do a specialty show tomorrow for 1 hour, 9 a.m. game day. Uh-huh. And then the post game will be, it's a moving, so another reason to set your alerts and hit the thumbs up and all that. After the last game of importance tomorrow night, we'll do a post game show.
That's right.
Part of our Saturdays all along, brought to you by our friends at Culver's and Johnston RV Center and Champies and a ton of other people who are helping us out. And can we go ahead and unveil this? We're excited about this. Can we? Yeah, pass it down to everybody. Let's all have one.
All right. It's like Mad Men. I'm sorry Rockstar's not here.
So do we wait? Yeah, this is really cool. I'm so excited about it.
We'll turn around together.
I've got some of this in my fridge, by the way.
Yep. I need to take some home.
So this is really cool that this company is partnering up with us, and you're going to see why it is extremely cool to us. But they're going to be part of our post-game show, and they're really, really cool items here. Ready? So we want to welcome to the show Next Round Cocktails.
Next Round Cocktails.
How about that?
You know, it's funny. I had a guy come up to me at trivia on Wednesday, and he said, "Hey, man, you guys have got cocktails now?"
Yep.
Next Round
like,
Cocktails.
Well, we're being sponsored by.
No, not the way most people think. And it's not good. People aren't going to think that.
Yes, we are. Not only do we have people making T-shirts in that room over there, Lunsford's back there stirring a big pot right now. What are you working on right now? The rosé sangria?
So Next Round Cocktails. Next Round is a cocktail company, obviously, and they saw us. And we saw them. We're like, boy, what a partnership this would be. So welcome on board Next Round Cocktails.
By the way, the margaritas, I've got a couple in the fridge.
Fantastic.
Almost 14% ABV.
That's right. 14. Say that again, LT. This little pouch.
Yeah.
14, almost 14 ABV.
Yeah, a double IPA is normally about 10%.
Right.
And this is 14%.
And
the taste, it is so smooth, so good. Can we also announce what they're going to be doing, or are we going to wait till next Friday when we have the participants in?
I would wait for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's an exciting announcement we've got.
Absolutely.
We've got
They're
a
part of that, too.
programming, some great content that we're adding to the next round.
A new show.
Yeah, a new show.
A new show, Brown?
Yep.
We've got cocktails and a new show?
That is correct. I mean, if you think we're slowing down, Jim, you're incorrect, my friend.
Yeah. So how about that?
Michael, soon. Very soon on that.
Michael.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. I heard that conversation earlier. Yep.
What? Can we fit more liquor in?
No, I don't know.
The reason you guys didn't want to do a show with me 13 years ago. Now it's all over the place.
Yeah. I don't do local TV anymore, so I don't really care about it as much anymore.
I have noticed that TV people really, really worry about the image.
Oh, TV people are the biggest egos out there.
Yeah.
But you can get fired.
Yeah, you can get fired from any job.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's got really.
Now you had
moral clauses,
to work your tail off to get fired from radio, but you can get fired from radio.
Yeah. The margarita is really good. The rosé sangria. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, sangria.
I have not tasted that one yet, but I have tasted it.
I've tasted both. Both are good. I'm more of a margarita guy than a sangria guy, but both are good.
Yeah. Party is served. It's Next Round Cocktails.
Yeah, pick up some this weekend.
Yeah.
Drink them in the morning when we're up talking with you guys.
We'll be up late too.
So 9 a.m. Central Time tomorrow on all of our video platforms, and people are asking, "Hey, I enjoyed Twitter Spaces so much. Will you guys work that in?" We'll find out after the show.
Yeah. So here's the thing: you're going to see Twitter Space pop up after the show. We're testing something, and the only way we could test it is to do a live Twitter Space. We won't be live on video, but we've got to be live on Twitter Space to test it. So you're going to get a little Twitter Space from us. There's going to be like no purpose behind it. We'll just goof off. Y'all can come on and goof off.
So
with
y'all
us.
are going to do that in the middle of the day. Or
No. This is testing for something.
Right after the show today, we're testing.
We're testing
one.
it to see how this works.
All right.
But tomorrow, how are we doing? A live stream?
There'll be a lot of depending on how this test goes.
We'll
today,
let you know. That's what we're saying. We're testing something.
It's definitely going to be on video.
But I'm with you guys in the morning. I'm not at night. That's the way we play this. That's the way we played last year.
That's undetermined. Yes.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
But anyway, why don't you tell us about our friends right there at Odie's?
So Odie's Tavern, a Birmingham institution right there in Crestline Village. Go see Will Haver and that great staff. Rodney Davis cooking up incredible food. Our friend Brett from New Mexico had that Diablo sandwich this past Wednesday. Remember, every Wednesday night it's Odie's Team Trivia. But a great place to sit out on that patio, enjoy fall weather that's coming. Ice cold beer buckets full of the Bud Lights. Get in today. Go see Will Haver and the great staff. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right. Before we do trash, remember we got games tonight. But last night, what a night for UAB with a good crowd down at Protective Stadium. Dylan Hopkins looked good at quarterback. The run game was what we thought it was going to be. 478 yards of offense. UAB beats Alabama A&M 59-0. Now they play at Liberty next week. That'll be a fun game. Sanford looked fantastic. Michael Hires at quarterback, 18 of 24, 289, 4 touchdowns. Sanford beat number 8 in the country, Kennesaw State, to start their season last night. And, of course, Tennessee and Missouri kicked off the weekend for the SEC with big wins, and Tennessee looks good. They get that Pittsburgh team we saw last night next as well. All right, here we go. It is trash time. You ready to hit it? We are.
What is the obsession with milk?
They're more experienced. They are an underserviced community, I'd like to say, and they deserve more attention. So I thought that I'd be the one, and I've noticed that people really have started giving mills more attention.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
So Brett's saying that Diablo's a sandwich, no fork and knife needed. I always use fork and knife. Did you use fork and knife?
I eat it first, and then I go back and clean up with a fork and knife.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's the way
I
I
eat it with
do it.
hand, and then clean up with the fork and
It
knife.
is a sandwich. I don't use fork and knife until I go back.
That's right.
Sometimes I've got enough little bread I can go by and maybe pick it all up.
Mm-hmm. It's a good one, though, no matter how you eat
Fumbling
it.
through today's housing market alone is a bad play. That's why you should team up with the right lender, and our friends at Mortgage Right created their Lock and Shop program to help you score big in home ownership. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. These days, homes are selling the second they hit the market, and this program allows you to take a time out. Make your home search easier by pre-approving your budget, maintaining a 60-day lock-in period while you look for your perfect home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to lock in your interest rate and unlock your dream home. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Boy, there's ways to rob people, and there's ways to rob people.
Good ways or bad ways here?
Well, it's always a bad way, but this one is very unique, and it's really dumb.
What if I was robbing Putin and taking all his power away from him?
Hey, fella, I'm going to take your power away from you.
Probably last about 10 seconds.
Yeah, but I'd be robbing a good way.
Okay, so that's what Robin Hood did, right?
That's right.
They stole from the rich and gave to the poor.
Now, this out of Washington State. The man officials say was, quote, fishing for cash at more than a dozen banks, is now behind bars. Officials say a 27-year-old Sean Stewart had been on a fishing expedition for months. They said it started back in January of this year. Court documents say that Stewart had been using a rodent glue trap attached to a fishing hook and a fishing line to try to get money out of night deposit boxes.
Oh, okay.
Now, according to Jason Toner, the chief of the Stanwood Police Department, quote, this particular method is pretty unique. We haven't seen it before. He basically started months and months ago and started doing this little fishing for cash out of a bunch of night drops at local banks.
Sounds like a game show. Welcome to Fishing for Cash.
Now, at a Wells Fargo in Stanwood, police say Stewart was unsuccessful. An employee of the bank found one of Stewart's traps stuck in a deposit bag. They said he was unsuccessful a few times out. They actually got him on surveillance, and that's when he was arrested, booked, faces 13 counts of burglary in the second degree. Again, a lot of effort here.
It is, yeah. It's one thing we've always talked about on Trash is if you would put this much effort into a job, you probably make more money.
It'd be really
and
fun.
don't go to jail.
It'd be really funny, though, if he's like hauling a boat up behind him as he does, and he's fishing for cash, and then he's pulling the cash out and throwing it into the live well.
Pulls it up.
Yeah, and at the end, he's got the biggest bills.
Okay, so I'm going to be Dunaway creepy here. I got to admit, I like pigtails on different girls. Do you like pigtails?
Depending on the girl.
Yeah.
What does her feet look like?
Brown, are you a pigtail guy?
Yeah, I like pigtails. Yeah.
So some women who have jobs in the service industry
Pigtails?
are sporting pigtails.
Ponytail.
Well, but sometimes the pigtail can be like braided and down the back.
I think the pigtail can look really cute on certain people. And there's a point to it. There are women now that have jobs in the service industry. They're sporting pigtails at work as part of a social experiment to find out whether they're going to get more tips from male patrons. Now, from servers to dancers, those who will participate in the experiment and shared their experiences on TikTok say the tips have definitely increased with this hairstyle at work. They say the experiment's success has shown that young women are more sexualized in society. That's a shocker. The pigtails, quote, experiment first appeared on TikTok after a server named Grace posted that she made more tips when she wore pigtails in work in a video in September. According to BuzzFeed, she does not describe it as an experiment in the video, but points out how wearing her hair that way led to more tips. Now more and more people are doing it, and they said the tips have definitely increased.
I mean, if you want bigger tips.
There's a creepy side to that.
There is a creepy side to it. There's no doubt. But I mean, it's not like you're,
But I mean, it's like if a girl wears a midriff as opposed to a full length shirt, she's probably going to get more tips.
I mean, there's there's a pretty good space from pigtails at work and OnlyFans, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we're
right.
She's wearing pigtails at work,
I mean, honestly, if I was a female server, I probably would try the pigtails out.
Absolutely.
Just saying.
I mean, it's just pigtails. We're not like talking, like you said, Lance. I mean,
jumping ahead, Tyler, do you have the pictures for the last segment or the last story today?
Yeah, here comes Lunsford off the back road.
It's the doppelganger. You guys look that up when I'm going through this.
Okay.
How about this? Southwest Airlines pilot threatened to turn the plane around and return to the gate if passengers didn't stop doing what?
I've seen this story, so I have to recuse myself, Jim.
Oh, I've seen this story too.
Yep.
Sending unsolicited nude photos to each other.
Yep.
Now, chronicled on TikTok by user Tater Marcellus, the pilot tells
the Tater Marcellus.
Yeah, the pilot tells passengers he will return the plane to the airline gate and contact security if they don't stop airdropping the
I'll
photos.
turn this around.
He did the old dad move, didn't he?
Pilot went on to say, so here's the deal. If this continues while we're on the ground, I'm going to have to pull back to the gate. Everybody's going to have to get off, and we're going to have to get security involved, and your vacation is going to be ruined.
Don't think I won't do it.
Whatever that airdrop thing is, quit sending naked pictures. Let's get yourself to Cabo, the pilot continued. Now, according to an insider...
I like you putting a little put a little carrot on the stick, right?
The incident took place before the plane took off and started when a passenger received a nude image. The passenger complained to a flight attendant, which then led to the pilot addressing the plane as a whole. Marcellus told an insider that she thought the pilot handled the incident, quote, perfectly, and that she also received a request for an airdrop but denied it. They went on to say, when made aware of the potential problem, our employees addressed issues to support the comfort of those traveling with us. Southwest Airlines said he handled it the right way.
So if you're sitting there and somebody has sent you an airdrop, if you're not expecting it, like we airdrop each other stuff, like
I don't know how to airdrop.
Yeah, that's the least surprising thing about this segment.
Everybody else on the show airdrops
Right.
stuff to each other, pictures, photos, whatever we're doing. If you get one that's not solicited, you don't know is coming. Do you ever accept it? I've never accepted it.
I do not know.
Yeah, I wouldn't accept it.
That's actually never even happened to me, but no.
It's happened to me before at a coffee shop and a sports bar, but I just assumed.
You know who's going to accept it? The person that's going to tattle to the captain that somebody sent a nude.
Well, I mean, sometimes, they all pop up and I'm about to go hit it to send it to Brown, and sometimes it has shifted.
Yeah, and you hit somebody else's
and
phone.
I hit somebody else's.
The easy way to avoid that is just to set your phone that you receive airdrops from contacts only, and then that way no stranger ever sends it to you.
I don't want to limit my field, Brown. I may change my mind someday. Kidding.
You'll need your contact first.
I don't know about you guys. When I get a stain on my shirt, it kind of ruins the night a little bit.
Yeah. Yesterday.
Yeah. I want to change immediately.
Yeah. When we were shooting drinks with Dunaway the other day, we had a little leftover. I'd spilt the grape juice a little bit, and Taylor was looking for a napkin, and just real quickly I took my sleeve and just wiped it off. We couldn't find a napkin. Then I got home and I've got a little purple stain on and I was like, God, it was so stupid, Dunaway.
Yeah. Do you what about like on your way to work and you spill something on your shirt and you're like, God, do I turn around and go
Well,
home?
normally I keep an extra shirt up here.
I know. And now here
Very
we've
Don
got
Draper like, yes.
But yeah, now we've got a
here we got a
slew.
whole wardrobe.
Yeah. I really don't worry about it
pimp our
anymore.
gear at that point, yeah.
Anyway, after years and years of quite literally leaving its mark on the fashion industry, Heinz has debuted a new clothing collection with ketchup stains. This is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
I would agree completely with you.
Wow.
The, quote, vintage drip collection features thrifted clothes in partnership with ThredUp, an online resale platform. The proceeds support global hunger relief, which is good. Company says there are 157 secondhand streetwear and designer pieces in the clothing line, such as a unique ketchup stain that says, because we're Heinz, it's not a stain, it's a statement.
Does that come in shorts?
That's a good question. I don't know. It's a terrible luck.
It is.
Okay, here's our final story.
All right. Vintage drip, though, is a great play on words, by the way. I'll just have to say drip and drip.
When Sean Douglas McArdle went for a swim in the pool at the Flamingo in Las Vegas, he ran into someone he certainly didn't expect. In a post that's gone viral on Reddit, Sean shared how a group of strangers started pointing and laughing at him while he was swimming. He started to feel pretty insecure, as anyone would, until he noticed that his friends were doing the same thing to somebody else. That somebody else turned out to be a spitting image of Sean, even down to the cap, horn-rimmed glasses they were both wearing.
Wow.
He went on to say, today I randomly swam past my doppelganger at the Flamingo pool in Vegas.
So you're telling me they're not twins?
That is insane. Hey, and by the way, this is what I thought Jeff from Aniston looked like. Stephen
really?
Root. Yeah.
That's Stephen Root. Yep. That was it.
By the way, that's a lie. That's twins. Those people are twins.
I mean, they do look like twins.
They
I don't
look like
disagree with
twins.
you. Yes.
I mean, look, they chose the same facial hair,
Yeah.
the same glasses.
Yep. I mean, it is pretty wild.
The same body type.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
I don't believe it at all. They're twins.
Now, one is hairy and one's hairless.
Well, that's true. I would want to know.
Can't hide money.
I mean, I'd want the backstory from my mom, right? If this happened to me, I'd at least go to my mom and ask questions, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah. Like if they really don't know each other,
Yeah.
they need to get on 23andMe.
No, I'm
because
with
they do
Lance.
know each other.
Somebody needs to spit in a tube on this one.
Yeah. Especially if they're from the same vicinity.
Yeah. I mean, like yesterday, y'all were convinced I'm a Manning. But, I mean, I'm not. My young pictures, my young photos might look like Eli Manning, but they're not that close.
No, not that close at all. That is Trash Today, brought to you by
Little Drew Carey when he was bigger, too.
Yeah, a little bit.
Our friends at Mortgage Right, they have a game-changing new offer that will shift in the way you view home shopping. Put your best foot forward with their upfront underwriting program. Mortgage Right's team of underwriters will look over your application to determine how much home you can buy. They will issue a pre-approval letter, which will set you apart from other buyers and prove to sellers that you mean business. Mortgage Right's upfront underwriting program will help you home shop with confidence. No hassle, no hang-ups, only happy home buyers. Just get pre-approved with Mortgage Right before you start home shopping. Fast-track your home buying journey today at mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
All right, and also the show being brought to you, as always, by Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch today. Dinner happening a little bit later on tonight. Don't forget, at Next Round Live, follow us along, and you have a chance on Tuesday night. We're having a little fantasy football draft up here, and we'll have a live specialty show, and Champy's Chicken's bringing the food for that. So if you've got a fantasy draft coming up before the NFL or want to follow along, pick your favorite team to cheer along with up here, we'll be doing a specialty show during our fantasy football draft next Tuesday night on all of our video platforms right here at Champy'sChicken.com. Can take care of all your parties and your tailgates. Stop by and see Sterling. Highway 119 in Alabaster is Champy'sChicken.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention The Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it.
Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Back with you on the next round. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic. Before we hear from Bryce Young, Brown, get our spine and the rest of our body in line.
Jim, Greystone Chiropractic takes care. You heard Henry To'oTo'o earlier talking about getting massage before the game this week. Hey, get your body right for all the weekend of football with Greystone Chiropractic. GreystoneChiropractor.com is where you start. Or you call them at 981-8090. That is 981-8090. I trust Dr. Lee with my family. You can as well. Check out that Element Wellness that they've got there now. Things like IV vitamin therapy, cryotherapy, infrared sauna with a full spectrum of infrared saunas. They use that infrared light, not steam, to help with cellular health, wound healing, skin rejuvenation, pain relief, improved circulation, weight loss, detox, relaxation, and blood pressure. Also, they got red light therapy, holistic nutrition consulting, all of that at the Element Wellness Center, part of Greystone Chiropractic. So it's the whole body. GreystoneChiropractor.com or 981-8090. That is 981-8090, just off 280, right there on 119. It's Greystone Chiropractic.
Bryce Young so good last year, wins the Heisman Trophy. And remember, he had zero starting experience. Now he's going into year 2 as Alabama opens up the season against Utah State tomorrow night. Here's the Alabama quarterback on having a little season under his belt.
I feel like there's definitely experiences from the past that I can draw back on now that, obviously I didn't have going into last year. But I think just being more comfortable as a leader, being a little bit more comfortable in the offense, being more comfortable with OB. At this time last year is my first time going to a game with him, his first time going to a game with me, and now obviously we have a lot of those under our belt. So just knowing how the operation offensively works, having been in situations before, with some guys that are new, some guys that have been there with me last year. With all that stuff, I think that comfort level is just a little bit higher for me.
Yeah, and I love having Bill O'Brien back, but it's the relationship with the receivers now that he's having to build up. And if you talk to anybody around the program, that has been Bryce's focus from the spring all through the summer and through this camp, is building the relationship with those guys.
Yeah, and I think that's the challenge. And he, with us at SEC Media Days, I thought it was interesting that he said, a lot of people put that on the receivers. It's on me. I'm a team leader. I got to make sure it happens. I mean, he's embracing the role of leadership that it takes to do that. So I think it'll be interesting to see the guys like, last year's season on the line at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Who does he go to? Ja'Cory Brooks, right? A guy that he didn't have a whole lot of first-team reps with because Jamison Williams is normally out there. And game on the line, season on the line, you're going to Ja'Cory Brooks. Who's that guy now? Who's the guy when it won't happen against Utah State, but maybe in Austin. Alabama needs a big play. Who do you go to?
I'm guessing Jermaine Burton. I'm guessing.
I would guess too, but you never know who you develop chemistry with. I mean, look, as a credit to Bryce Young, biggest play of that game, everybody says, is the Ja'Cory Brooks catch. You never get to that Ja'Cory Brooks catch in the Iron Bowl without him going to Jaleel Billingsley for his, I think, only catch of the game.
Right. and one of his few catches of the year.
Yeah, no, I think the most surprising thing about the Brooks catch was Brooks actually made the catch.
He did,
because it was a perfect throw, but it was a difficult catch.
And I guess my point is, sometimes he doesn't just trust the one guy. Billingsley was the guy you had to have on that play. He was the open guy who went to him.
Yeah. Cut number 9, if you will, Tyler. I don't know which games you're most excited to watch tomorrow. I mean, obviously the ones that are going to be competitive and have big impact. But, sometimes, like with Tennessee last night, sometimes you just want to see what a team's going to look like. And I can't wait to see what USC looks like tomorrow. Just what it looks like to have Lincoln Riley leading the team out into the Coliseum, having all those stars out there.
You know who's calling the defense, right?
Who?
Shane Lee.
Shane Lee. How about that?
Interesting. Yeah. So he's the captain on the field, huh?
So some familiar faces around here, the former Alabama linebacker there. So here's Lincoln Riley on just the mindset going into the debut of all this star-studded offseason for USC. It's now time for the rubber to meet the road.
Any specific questions on that side of the ball that you still have kind of leading up into the game?
I've got questions about the whole roster. There's not one person in here that's not doing something new. And we made that point to the team the other day. There's not, we've only got one guy that coached here, Dante, but he didn't coach, he didn't coach with this staff and these guys and a lot of these players. Every player here is either at a new school, in a new system, or both. No, it's great what everybody's done, but you got to go prove it on Saturdays. And that's all of us. That's me. That's all of us. None of us have done anything yet. We're going to all get our chance to go prove it. We'll see if we go prove it.
Yeah, one takeaway I always get from this, and it helps in recruiting, I know, we play a lot of those, and it always looks so spectacular.
The weather?
The weather.
They seem to always put a palm tree in their shot.
I know, and they do that outside. They set up outside
Tyler, punch it back up
like
for us,
Saban
please.
and Harsin.
Don't play it. Just show us the screen.
Saban and Harsin come back inside. They do it behind their podium. At Southern Cal, they're like, no, let's just do it outside, man. It's not going to rain.
It's not a good campus.
Yeah.
So.
No palm tree there, but your point is blue sky, sunshine.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's almost like, hey, we're at a bowl game.
That's right.
We're at a bowl game.
Every game's
week.
a bowl game for them. That's got to help in recruiting. I am fascinated to see this. Unfortunately, Lance, you and I, Tommy Firestick will help you. I don't get to see that game because it's Pac-12 Network. This should be among the last years we ever have to worry about that.
Oh, yeah.
It should be.
Yeah,
it's a coin flip right now. Which dies first, Longhorn Network or Pac-12 Network?
Oh, I saw the story that the Longhorns being absorbed into the SEC network. Yeah. So that one's going to die at some point, we know.
I wonder if they'll keep the studio out in Austin.
I don't know. It's a good question.
Just to have sort of an East Coast, not West Coast. Charlotte's where the main SEC network is, not an SEC state.
Yeah, so should they just move it out to Austin, you say?
Lunsford is a new YouTube television streamer. Do we get the Pac-12 network?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? I thought I did.
You don't.
I think it's only like Dish and AT&T or something like that.
Yeah, and then that service that you can get for 1 week, which I'll probably get.
Fubu or something like that?
Yeah. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
Is it that clothing?
Yeah. So Danny Trejo's the guy that did the commercials for him.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Hey, you've heard us talk about that fishing department at Nichols for quite a while. The team at Nichols thanks you for all your support in making this new addition a huge success. And they want to remind you all the brands there: Ducket Fishing, 13 Fishing, Rapala Lures, True Bass, Shimano, Daiwa Fishing, 6 Sense Fishing. Find them all at the still new Nichols Outfitters Fishing Department, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
And it has been almost 1 full week since Nebraska lost to Northwestern. And Scott Frost saying yesterday there are no hard feelings between he and Mark Whipple, that there's no tension, no hard feelings, nothing. Do you believe that?
I hope there's not.
Yeah. Well, after he threw him under the bus, though.
I know, but you would hope you can clear that up. If they've already got tension after a week 1 loss, this thing is going to be a disaster.
Oh yeah, it's probably going to be a disaster. Excuse me, either way, Lance. But if you're Mark Whipple, you've been coaching long enough that you've been chewed out by a coach, and you've probably been publicly rolled under the bus like that by a coach. Whipple's been at this a long time, so that guy's probably seen a little bit of everything.
If you're looking to see Serena tonight, 6 o'clock on ESPN. They've moved the Michigan State game over to ESPN2. Congratulations to Alabama soccer. The women upset number 6 BYU yesterday, 3-2 out in Provo. And again, we started college football locally last night here with a couple of big wins. UAB 59-0 over Alabama A&M, and Samford beating the number 8 team in FCS Kennesaw State 27-17. Looking forward to Jordan Hare and Bryant Denny tomorrow to get the rest of the state into the football world. And we'll keep rolling along with one more hour to go. That includes Tyler Watts, who's standing by. We'll talk about the Tide debut against Utah State. And we got NASCAR coming back to Talladega soon, Browning.
It is 877-GO-TO-DAGA to get those tickets. The weekend starts Friday, September 30th, goes through the Sunday Yellowwood 500 race on October 2nd. You can get on board now, get your tickets, reserve your experience, get those infield passes, the campground, Chase Rice tickets, all of that, and see all the info when you go to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. That's TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, or call 877-GO-TO-DAGA. It is the Yellowwood 500, Sunday, October 2nd, Talladega Superspeedway.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, Vulcan Tire and Auto.
Could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hey, we're back here, the final hour of the show. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. Rockstar off today. Tyler running the board today, handling all the audio. Forrester and Lunsford back there. We're about to hear from another Tyler, Tyler Watts. He'll be with us in a second. But a couple of things.
Was it okay, though?
Okay.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Yeah, we'll talk later about that. Okay, part of this hour is being brought to you, by our friends at Bud Light. We always have our beer from our keg here. The great folks at Bud Light. Bud Light Next. Thank you so much. Yeah. Always that. And also this hour, the newest sponsor that brings you the Players Club as well. It's our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. The good-looking bottle here. Sampled some of that last night as we watched college football kick off. The world's first clean, multi-age tequila. Dobel Diamante is a blend of several things that makes it one of the best, smoothest, clearest tequilas out there. Aged in a new European oak barrel and double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance and smooth and crisp in taste. It's Maestro Dobel. It's the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing right there wherever you get your tequila. All right, we're about to talk some football here, but if you missed it last night, here are your headlines. UAB off to a big start with a win. Samford off to a big start, upsetting number 8 Kennesaw State. And the SEC, Tennessee beats Ball State. Missouri beats Louisiana Tech. A whole host of games coming up, including Alabama. And with that, we bring in our buddy Tyler Watts, who joins us this segment every week to talk a little about Alabama football and what's going on in college football, brought to you by our friends at the Watts Agency. More on the Watts Agency in just a second. Tyler, welcome in, buddy. How are you?
Ron's not here, so we can't talk about it right now.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
I'm doing well. Thank y'all for having me for week 2.
I apologize.
Too far from my microphone.
Yeah.
Yeah, just mess with it.
Yeah, we appreciate you.
But you can talk about your own agency. You know the ins and outs.
Of insurance? Yeah, I do.
No, I'm talking about of your agency.
I know insurance in and out like I know a sinner's rear end.
Who were your sinners back in the day?
Had Paul Hogan, who is now one of the strength and conditioning guys at Clemson, and then Alonzo Ephraim, who got in a fight with Nick Saban on the sideline down in Miami. Not a fist fight, but a little altercation.
How did that work out?
That was funny. Alonzo, he'll tell the story, and it's hilarious. He goes, I was on kickoff team, and I got a penalty because I got fired up, and coach comes over there, and he's chewing on me, and, 24, 25. He's Utah State's quarterback's age. So he's a grown man, right? So he chirps back and just gets in. He goes, and it ate on him for the rest of the game. And after the game, he went up to Coach Saban and said, Coach, I just want to apologize. I shouldn't have acted like that. Of course, Saban, right here, Church of Now, right?
Right.
I mean, it's all about, he goes, I don't give a whatever.
Yeah.
It's over.
Yep, and that's the way he really operates. I mean, it may be a blow up at 1 hour of the day, but hour 3, he's forgotten all about it. I sort of work that way too. Yeah. I blow up, and then I'm like,
that's the way life should be.
I hadn't even thought about that.
Nice? Yeah, wouldn't it be nice?
Yeah, really. I mean, people that hold on to things like that, that's just not healthy.
So Alabama's getting ready to take the field. We were talking earlier. ESPN has a big story up since 2001, 2005 USC, 2018 Alabama, and this team. The biggest betting odds to win the national championship going in. Neither one of those teams won the national championship. You got to overcome a lot sometimes at a program like Alabama to meet expectations.
Yeah, and you also kind of get a little lucky. Who saw LSU coming in 2018? Nobody did. So who is that dark horse out there that nobody is thinking of right now that potentially will get better and better week in and week out? But talent-wise, I think Alabama has all the tools, obviously, that they need. They're going to put up points, and you can only hope that their defense is going to be better than what they've been the last several years. And That's a good recipe right there. And I think it's also this, as I was watching games last night, who's good? I didn't watch a good game last night.
No, we watched good games. They weren't good teams, though.
There you go. That's a better way of putting it.
Yeah. No, I think this sport has become top heavy. I mean, it's very predictable. It's Alabama, it's Ohio State, it's Georgia, it's Clemson. It's just not a lot.
And
to
even
choose
some
from.
of those are because of schedule as much as they are their ability on the field.
Yeah.
Tennessee, you watched them a little bit last night.
I want to give Tennessee props in one way. Okay, this is the only way.
You have to admit, though, they did have a little swagger about them, and they beat Ball State the way they were supposed to beat Ball State.
They did, but you know what? If you're playing 30 yards off coverage, off the line of scrimmage, I can complete a pass right now, and it's not difficult. But I want to applaud Tennessee for doing something that's driven me nuts for the last 30 years. You get a penalty and you kick off from midfield. Don't kick it 15,000 rows up into the stands. They squib kicked it, and they pinned them back at the 20-yard line. Wasn't very impressive, but that drives me nuts.
So you say a compliment that they did that. They didn't just kick it in the first row.
That I gave
what I would like to see, and you tell me if this is a bad way to do it. So Lane Bearden was kicking with you, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And he was one of those ultra-talented guys that could do a lot of different things. Why don't you pop it up to like the 10-yard line at that point? I know you can do a fair catch. Yeah, that's the only problem now.
But still, you're fair catching it inside the 20, though. You got them in negative yardage at that point.
Well, but the fair catch comes out to the 25.
It used to not, though.
Yeah.
It would have been a good idea years ago.
Yeah, you're right.
It's still a great idea. You try to get it down the coffin now, and it seems like half the time you kick it out of bounds, it goes to 35.
Yeah, but there's a chance if you do the fair catch, a guy that is they probably don't really want catching it is out there like a tight end or something on a fair catch. I mean, it's not going to be your returners that make it the fair catch.
Yeah, I'm like you though.
That's true, but this isn't 1A football.
Well, I know
mean, these
that,
are
Tyler,
college athletes that ought to be able to catch.
I agree, but you wouldn't want a tight end out there trying to make a fair catch on a kickoff. If he's on kickoff, he should be able to do it.
Bowers.
If we're doing metrics, probably if you're at the 50 off a penalty, the thing to do is an onside kick there. I mean, that's not a Scott Frost joke. I mean, the thing to do is an onside kick there.
I think the reason you don't do that, Tyler, is if they're kicking off that deep, the guys aren't as quick to peel back, are they? Because they're assuming you're going to kick it through the end zone.
Well, there's nowhere to peel back to,
That's right. Yeah, that's why. So your front line's not peeling back as quick. So the onside becomes more difficult.
Yeah,
but there's still big guys that can't catch.
Oh, I know.
So now,
bouncing off their head.
After going through all the scenarios, now we know why they kick it out of the end zone.
There we go.
Okay,
it's just simpler that way.
Of catching, a Dunaway segue here. One of the unknowns for this team is who's going to step up. We were talking about it before. Who's that go-to guy as far as a wide receiver? And do you find it a little odd, as good as Nick Saban is at recruiting, they had multiple elite first-round guys for years, including last year. I mean, Mechie didn't go in the first round, but you know what I'm saying. I mean, he was still up.
But they were all in one class.
Yeah.
Right?
But what do you get this year?
Devontae Smith was the guy that couldn't get on the field, and he wins a Heisman out of that class. But you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, though. This year, it seems like every year you at least knew going into the season you've got this elite wide receiver. This year, it just seems like, I don't know.
A lot of unknowns. A lot of guys coming in playing for money this year, which is not a bad thing because they're going to be dialed into the playbook and they're going to be dialed in on the field getting better. I'm not concerned about that, quite honestly. I think that as long as you've got 2 or 3 guys that you trust in, and I think that this team does. I think they got enough guys that can really make some plays there. I don't know that that's necessarily where the concern is. I don't think Alabama's going to have a hard time scoring. I really don't. 2 reasons. Last year, all they could do was throw the ball. This year, I think they're going to be able to run the ball, and that's going to help tremendously.
Especially against this team. They should be able to run the ball.
Yeah. So where are your concerns then? Are there any?
It's more on the defensive side.
Wow.
I'm always concerned about what do we got interior, the defensive linemen. You know you're good at the edges. Nobody's going to get around you in passing situations. You're going to wreak havoc. But running the ball between the tackles, do we have enough legs, enough people to rotate in and out of? Just too many unknowns in there. I won't see. And they very well may be good. This Otis kid that's
he's
500
true freshman.
pounds. He's a true freshman.
Yeah.
And DJ Dale did a good job as a true freshman, but he wasn't. Was it Quincy? What was the guy that first round went to the Jets the year before him?
Quinnen Williams.
Quinnen Williams, who came out of nowhere.
Yep.
So there's going to be somebody. That's always my concern because if you can run the football, you can beat anybody.
Patrick in the chat room, typical quarterback, always worried about the defense.
Tyler Watts is with us in studio, part of the Crimson Tide Sports Network, also part of the Watts Insurance Agency.
Yeah, helping people out each and every day. Love for you to give us a call, 205-664-4444. Our people there standing by right now. We can help you with a home. The auto rates are going outrageous right now with cost to increase. as far as to fix things and just the cost to replace things. So rates are going up, and now's the best time to go ahead and review your policy with our office.
Yeah, and the best thing about you as an independent agent, you can shop it around and find the best price. You're not locked into one name brand, right?
And the worst thing about being me is I still answer the phone and take billing questions and stuff like that. I've not reached the level where I'm an absentee owner. I'm very much involved on the day-to-day.
It's a hands-on ownership. That's what we like about the Watts Insurance Agency.
I got no hobbies. I got no life.
So you're telling me every time a segment starts, you're in there, right?
Yeah.
That's a shot at Brown.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's couldn't tell.
Yeah. Well, he's been beating up on you today.
Tyler noticed. He was like, "Oh, we can't do the spot because Brown's not in here."
You want me to tell you what happened? It's actually a funny story. A friend of mine, I knew I was going to talk to him. I was trying to help him with something. And he texted me and said, hey, I really need to talk right now. I thought it was an emergency, the way he said it, right? So I go call him, and he's like, hey, man, sorry to be so quick. I got such. And finally, when he shut up, I was like, hey, I'm right in the middle of the show. He goes, it's 1 o'clock. And I said, dude, it is 12 o'clock. Look at your phone.
He was in Atlanta.
Eastern time, so he thought I was done with the show. So that's 100% on him, but I'll take the blame for it.
That's all good. So is this like Dress Up Friday? Do I need to?
Well, it was School Color Friday.
It's a national holiday.
Yeah, School Color Friday.
Like a national holiday that's known or just here?
Well,
like
I don't know.
Next round
well, it was on Trash yesterday. Rockstar gave it to us. So apparently, there's so many national holidays.
Oh, yeah.
Like National Waffle Day, French Fry Day, all that kind of stuff. It was National Wear Your Team's Color Day, and it's just funny. We all went Pac-12.
Yeah, I mean,
That is funny. You're like the only person to ever buy a Stanford shirt, I'm sure.
You know, I bought this on the Stanford campus, Tyler.
Did you really?
Uh-huh.
Look at you.
You know, I was out there.
Yeah.
Well, they were recruiting me to play golf back in the day. No, it was we were out for the Bama Clemson game. We
you like this. I actually have a pair of USC pants. I do.
Recruiting?
No. No, they didn't recruit me.
Come on, kid. Notre Dame.
Nobody had the money to fly a kid out there.
Yeah, Notre Dame recruited you.
I went to Notre Dame and visited. And Urban Meyer was actually there.
He was the offensive coordinator?
I think he was a wide receiver. Charlie Strong was a defensive guy, and he walked us around. Super nice guy. Loved him. Fell in love with him. And Urban Meyer was there. I think he was quarterback's coach or wide receiver, and he snubbed us.
Well, I want to get to the USC pants, though. But first, who all did recruit you?
Tennessee did.
Tennessee, Florida, Florida State, Auburn, Mississippi. Everybody in the SEC.
Were you? I mean,
Kentucky,
was it
Mike? What was his name?
Oh, Hal Mumme was
Hal
he there?
Mumme
Yeah.
was there.
And Mike Leach was offensive coordinator.
Yeah, they called me. They called everybody.
Yeah.
They didn't. They call you every day.
But you know that might not have been bad because Couch goes there and he's #1 overall pick.
Yeah, he's older than me.
Yeah,
but you're right. That probably would have been a good fit.
10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock Eastern, and they're calling you.
Well, there you go.
Think about that.
10 o'clock.
So did you almost? I mean, was it Alabama 100% always?
I like Tennessee.
Was that the hardest no?
Alabama did a horrible job of recruiting back then. I mean, they really did. They did not roll out the red carpet like you would think that they would. It was actually still Stallings, and then Dubose was my senior year. But everybody else did a better job of recruiting than Alabama did back then. Now, obviously, it's changed since then, but Tennessee rolled out the red carpet. I go up there for the Alabama-Tennessee game, and I'm talking to Coach Fuller and Cutcliffe, and then they go, hold on a second, and Peyton Manning walks in and spend 30, 40 minutes with him here before the biggest game of the year for them. Well, second biggest. They'd already
and he was playing at the time.
Florida.
He wasn't an alumni.
He was a senior.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's really cool.
It's pretty strong right there.
So that was a tough no then, huh? Telling Tennessee
no,
no?
it wasn't tough.
Yeah.
I still don't like Tennessee.
Yeah, did that have a lot to do with the fact that you grew up not liking Tennessee and then maybe?
Well, I didn't necessarily not like Tennessee growing up because remember Alabama went through like a 10-year stretch. I never really experienced the whole Tennessee beating us. Now I did when I played.
Were you afraid to disappoint people around here if you went to Tennessee, if that makes any sense?
Not really.
Okay.
Not really. I mean, it wasn't as big then as it is now. It was still very much in the household.
God, people just take recruiting so personally now.
Sure.
It's crazy, man. I mean, people that troll these athletes that decide to go to one school or another, it's insane.
So we're playing in the Orange Bowl back in 2000.
The Michigan game,
Tom Brady's coming out party. Still drives me nuts that we lost that game. We're so much better than them. And, they give us stuff every day, different things. And one day we open up a package of pants, and they're USC pants. The whole team got USC pants.
Why?
What do you mean why? So I talked to an equipment manager.
What do you mean why?
It was
like 3
Alabama,
months
Michigan.
ago.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hey, did y'all realize? He goes, it happened all the time. I mean, imagine an 8-year-old in a sweatshop in China. He don't know the difference between USC and Stanford and Alabama and South Carolina. It's all red to him.
Yeah. So Nike just sent the wrong one.
They sent the wrong one, and they said it happened all the time.
Really?
So
that was foreshadowing because USC
USC
was in the Orange Bowl in 01 or 02 against
It would have
Iowa.
been right behind. Yeah,
so they just missed
just
it.
a year or so later.
Yeah.
When they got good, they got Pete Carroll. I think that year or the next year.
So do you still talk to Ryan Flugner?
I have seen him before.
Okay.
He's a physician now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's an orthopedic doctor or something.
Here in town or somewhere
I don't know
close.
if he's here or somewhere else.
Yeah.
So he's a nice guy.
No, I'm not. I mean, the sad thing is people always associate him with that.
Well, sure.
I heard it was the whole.
Not the 16 penalties.
Well, and the
God forbid
30
that.
or the 40 points the defense gave up, right?
And I think you blew 2 14-point leads in that game.
We
if I'm
can
not mistaken.
forgive the defense, I think, right? I mean, you've got a 5-time Super Bowl
you're right.
champion that's
but
you're playing against.
nobody had any idea the guy was going to be that good.
They didn't either.
Yeah.
Hey, let me tell you how stupid I am. After the ball game, I didn't go talk to.
You didn't
to
go get his
him.
jersey? Let's do a
I went and
jersey
talked-
exchange.
Yeah, I went and talked to Drew Henson, the backup.
You think about what that jersey would be worth right now.
A game-worn jersey?
A game-worn Michigan jersey.
in his final game.
His final Michigan game in
I'd
an
have
Orange
sold
Bowl.
it a long time
I'm
ago
sure you would
and
have.
made nothing.
On the eve of the millennial.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, Henson had already signed with the Yankees at that time, had he,
He was
not?
doing both.
Yeah, he was doing both.
in
So
summer
he was
he'd go
the
play
much
baseball.
bigger name.
Oh, absolutely.
Much bigger name.
They
yeah.
were trying to get rid of Tom Brady.
That's right.
That's so weird. Do you remember what you did after the game that night? Because I remember
Yes.
exactly where I was in 1999 going into 2000.
So the night before, now you got to remember, this is January 1, so we didn't experience.
Yeah, so it was the night before, yeah.
So New Year's Eve was just us standing outside waiting for, something to blow up, and it didn't. So yeah, this was so typical for every bowl that we ever played in. As soon as the game was over, we've been there for the entire week. We're just so ready to go home. We loaded up at I think 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning because we all rode in a big old high top van. Remember those big full size vans?
Yeah.
Lane Bearden was driving. And
Wait, y'all drove to Miami?
oh yeah,
Well,
you could
because
get
you
money.
would pocket the money,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
You got a per diem. You
Yeah.
could either fly down there or get a almost
that is a
$1,000
grind of a
travel.
drive.
Hey,
So
yeah,
we'd
but-
all jump in a car and go, and we had a ball.
But think about how much times have changed now. Like you got players driving Mercedes, they're not even paying for. You guys,
It's like an '88 Explorer
I know.
van.
Y'all,
Yeah,
y'all
like, what do you think
teamed up.
Toa was in today? It looked like it
was a nice car.
It looked like a Range Rover.
Yeah, whatever Toa was driving as he was doing his interview with us, he was parked, but it looked like a very nice vehicle,
Full sunroof
full sunroof and everything. You guys
on his way to massages.
chose you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe you even mentioned that. With everything going on with football massages,
I know.
hey, keep it down home, guys.
Right. Massages.
Yeah.
Just like a certain quarterback likes to get.
Yeah, I think we all thought the same thing. You guys would team up and ride together because you could
Yes.
pool your travel money,
Right.
And you made money doing that,
Oh,
basically.
yeah, absolutely. We'd load up 5-6 guys in a big old van. Whoever's dad had the biggest
Yeah.
vehicle, and we go.
Because the way it worked, right, is you would leave for Christmas, and then you wouldn't gather back together in Tuscaloosa.
No.
You'd gather at the bowl site.
Yeah,
So they, had
just
to pay
wanted
your,
to know where
they
you
had
were
to pay your
coming from.
travel. Yeah.
Yes, they gave you travel
Isn't that
money.
hilarious how times have changed since Tyler played?
Yeah.
And a CD player. What do you think that's worth?
So y'all rode the van back that night?
Absolutely.
After the game, the night of the game?
Luke Tucker and Lane Bearden drove home. I think they averaged about 110 miles an hour because we pulled back up into town. And
Yeah,
I
you would
Luke
think
was
most
still
guys
able to go
your
hunting.
age, especially you, a quarterback with the ability to go out in South Beach.
We'd already been out. We'd already done all that.
okay.
And it's South Beach. We were
Especially the
scared
defense,
to
it
death.
showed.
We were scared to death down there.
Yeah.
They were like, hey, y'all don't need to go anywhere over here, and keep your head on a swivel and be home by 10.
Yeah, Brown saw that, didn't you? First up close in person when we were in South Beach.
Oh, South Beach is crazy.
Yeah, we were at a rough spot one night.
Yeah.
Hawaii was no different, too. The police come in the first night, and they're like, hey, y'all, you might like to get in, go out and do whatever you want to, but if anybody approaches you out here and they try to start mess, leave immediately. He goes, y'all don't know these people. These Samoans are different, and they will kill you.
Honolulu's a rough town.
They won't beat you up. They will
tough.
kill you.
Well, they're tough. They're tough. They won't back down.
I never knew that until watching Dog the Bounty Hunter.
Yeah.
I was like, this place is a shithole.
And how funny is it? Timmy Chang was a quarterback when we went out there in 02, and now he's the head coach.
So you played against Timmy Chang and Tom Brady.
Does that make you feel
Tom
old?
Randall.
A little bit.
Well, earlier today we saw that Will Anderson, it's his birthday, 2001. He's 21 today.
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Makes you feel
about
old.
the same time, huh?
Yeah, about the same time.
As our 3-8 season.
Is he one of the best? I mean, look, and he's still got another season, which people can't believe. Is he one of the best college players you've ever seen?
Absolutely. Absolutely. The Tennessee defense in 2001 had a lot of studs on it. But this guy, he's got a. To me, the college player that's the most successful is the one that's got the motor. Everybody's got ability, but some turn it on, some let it go off, and he never stops. And that's the guy you fear more than anything.
0-1 Tennessee. I mean, that was post-Leonard Little?
Yeah, it was after Leonard.
Leonard Little.
Albert Hainsworth.
Oh, Hainsworth was on that team. Yeah.
Golly, I need a
Was Witten a tight end on that team?
Yes.
Jason
Yeah,
Witten?
he drug us up and down the field.
He did. I remember that in Brighton, didn't he,
fourth
right?
quarter. That's right.
Witten was so good.
Did he wear
in
number
college.
1?
He did.
He did. They had, in all honesty, they had about 10 players on that team that played multiple years in the NFL.
That was a good football team.
But who recruited so well for them? Did Fulmer recruit that well, or did he have other guys on that staff?
He had a good staff.
Because they did they nationally
had
recruited.
to. Yeah, they had to. Yeah. And like I told you,
First Bank of Tennessee helped.
Such a good job of recruiting, but better than anybody else. And it didn't hurt that they just won a national championship. They had Peyton, man. They were putting guys in the league. Georgia was down. Think about that. So they could go into to Atlanta as much as they want to, and they could go into Alabama because we were down.
Wow.
Yeah, that was the year Tennessee was really good. Had to play the game in the swamp at the end of the year, right? And lost.
Yeah.
I actually went to that game with Mondelli, my Tennessee fan.
So they beat Florida in the swamp. And all they got to do is beat LSU in the championship game and play for the national championship. And Saban and LSU upset Tennessee.
Hey, but back to that year, we were talking about Columbia, South Carolina, and it's the only time I've ever been to that game, and you guys had a big lead.
It's 2 weeks in a row he's brought this game up.
Have you?
Did I bring it up last week?
I think you did.
No,
Tyler brought it up. Somebody did, yeah.
Hey, Lane Bearden beat up one of their kickoff cover guys in that game because they had this thing, or kickoff return. They had a thing back then where the front line dude, instead of peeling back, he would immediately go after the kicker.
Right.
I know y'all go back and watch film. It's awesome to watch. So we do it.
But Lane was kind of a bad dude, right?
Yeah. He'd whip your tail. And probably still could. So he comes after him the first time, comes after Lane the first time. And Lane ain't backing down. He ain't a kicker. All right. He was a receiver, linebacker in high school. And he took this dude on and threw him down and ripped his helmet off the whole 9 yards. I'm not lying about this, and was on top of him. It was awesome.
I just remember that was a great game. It was hot as hell. I had never, and that was an atmosphere. It was pretty good.
Phil Petty was the quarterback of that South Carolina. Just passed away.
Oh, I didn't know he passed away.
Yeah.
I didn't either. I didn't either. That's Tyler Watts, man.
Wow.
Every week at this time. Utah State, Alabama. The one thing you're watching tomorrow.
Yeah, we got to get off memory road, don't
we? Who's going to win?
I think Alabama's going to cover. What are they going to score? 30, 40 points in the first half alone, I would imagine.
Probably.
And then probably shut it down. But I watched Utah State like everybody else last week. If they don't come out hot and fast, they're going to get the brains beat in.
You think we see 3 quarterbacks tomorrow?
Yeah, probably. Probably so. I think they'll try to get Milrose in earlier if things are going in the right direction.
I just wonder if Ty Simpson.
Yeah, Ty Simpson. I think people kind of know Milroe. I think they'd like to see Ty Simpson. Yeah.
Milroe with the ones a little bit just to give him that experience.
But it still comes down to what are your corners going to do? How are they going to hold up? Utah State's going to throw the ball, right? They're not going to be able to run the football. They're not going to run for 180 yards like they did last week. So can the corners hang in there? And what do you like rotation-wise up front?
Okay. Looking to change insurance. This guy right here, the Watts Agency. Tell me why.
Not looking to change. You need to change.
Okay, you need to change.
You need to call me, 205-664-4444. We help businesses. We help personal households. We're a full-line agency, independent, so we shop your rates, get you the best coverage available.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and make sure to join Jerry Young and myself every Thursday afternoon at 1 p.m. for Next Round Preps. It's an in-depth look at all the various big high school football games going on across the state. We'll recap the week before and we'll preview the week ahead. Plus, we'll talk bracketology, recruiting, and other big headlines across all high school sports. That's every Thursday during football season at 1 p.m. on YouTube, nextroundlive.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Our friends at Simpio bringing us the show. Before LT shows us and tells us about Simpio, Forrester has something he wants to show us here. This is over at the Druid City Brewery. Rich Marks is the guy who uses chalk to draw these behind the bar there.
It's incredible.
And it's gone, they've really upped it up over the years. But look at that one. Last Saction Hero with Will Anderson there on his birthday.
You know, I was at the Beer Hog, one of our fine sponsors, and I was asking Chris there, the owner, I was like, who writes because they've got the different beers written in chalk. And he's like, just, our servers. And my handwriting is so bad. Do you think, you've got really good penmanship. I know you couldn't draw that, but can you do the good chalk writing?
No.
That's incredible.
Yeah, that's a work of art done in chalk that'll be erased at some point, and they'll put another one up. Pretty amazing there. So, too, the folks at Simpio, they are absolutely amazing, too.
They really are. Blake and his group, one of the first phone calls we made here on the Next Round was to Simpio. It's one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. Simpio takes care of the BS in every single office. When a business joins Simpio, they take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations. Get everyone here. Love Symbio's coverage. It is so easy. On average, Symbio is also saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join any time of year, and there's no annual contract. With that being said, Symbio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys, 205-635-7467, or go online for more information, Symbio.com.
All right, Brown, LT is going to ask us 5 questions, a couple here and then a few in the next segment, and we're going to give him answers there, and then he'll probably tell us we're wrong and give us the right answer. But 5 questions from LT. Give them to us, man.
Okay, we'll start. These are just 5 random college football questions going into the 2022 season.
Washington State.
No. Well, there, because we were talking about Bryce, and you said this is a guy that had never started the game, and he comes out and wins a Heisman Trophy in year 1. Will there be an off-the-radar player that will be a Heisman finalist?
Off-the-radar player that will be a Heisman finalist,
I mean, it's hard to think. Like, I'm just trying to think. I mean, no. My answer will be no.
Well, I mean, let's start first with a guy who had a big night last night, Spencer Sanders. I mean, 6 touchdowns.
Okay, maybe.
That would be very off the radar for me if he keeps putting up numbers like that.
And if Derek Mason's defense continues to play like that, Sanders is going to have to keep putting up those numbers.
If they haven't won the Big 12 outright or a conference title outright, I think since 1991.
Yeah.
If they were to win the Big 12, somehow get to a college football playoff, and he continues to put up numbers,
no, I
that's
think
a good call.
Jim gave you a good one in Spencer Sanders.
What about Anthony Richardson?
Anthony Richardson is a guy who is being compared by some who have been inside the practice to Cam Newton-like skills, and they're just going to let him basically without too many restrictions go do something. He'll have a big stage to start it off tomorrow if he wins.
I'll give you one. It's going to have to go right for them week 3 for this to happen, but I would say most Americans don't know the name Tyler Van Dyke. If week 3 they go pull the upset of Texas A&M and it gets that season rolling in the right way for Mario Cristobal, that's an off-the-radar guy, Tyler Van Dyke.
And the problem is nobody – I mean, Alabama's got 3 or 4 of the top 15 guys in the mix for the Heisman, so nobody can be off the radar at Alabama. But in the SEC, I think Hendon Hooker is a guy that most of the nation would consider to be off the radar. And, that Tennessee team's going to have enough big stages – that if he has an amazing year, it could be a Hendon Hooker.
What about a Jaron Hall at BYU?
Yeah.
If he has a Zach Wilson-like season, but they win 11 or 12 games to possibly get to a college football playoff, that's an off-the-radar.
But do you guys, when you and you're a Heisman voter, but for those of you that follow the Heisman, I'd love to know, do you guys take into consideration team success?
I think almost all voters do.
Yeah. I mean, team success is important.
I think
where's the line? Like RG3, wasn't that team like a 3-loss Baylor team when he won it? I mean, where's the line on team success, not team success?
Okay, so let's go Hendon Hooker. Let's say that they won 10 games this year and they are second or third in the nation in scoring, and he is just lights out. I think you would have to consider him. I think it's really difficult to be a Barry Sanders and win a Heisman. I think you can be a Heisman finalist with multiple losses.
The last winner on an average team, and it wasn't even an average team, but Robert Griffin, right? I mean, that was a 3-loss Baylor team.
Yeah, I think they were 10-3.
He's really the last guy to do it that wasn't on like a legit national.
That was the one I brought up. And Patrick brings a good one. We forget this. Tebow won national championships on the bookends of his Heisman Trophy in the middle, where it's a 3 losses.
He was a name brand though.
Yeah, he was a name brand, and I think it was because he was on a championship team already. You see what I'm saying? That was he kind of had.
And he was so dominant that
year. It was amazing.
Okay, here's another one. Will more than one Power 5 coach be fired this season? In season.
Okay.
Major, like the 5 big conferences.
Well, Scott Frost is probably on the clock here.
But again, he's going to win his next few games.
He is, but that buyout drops. So I think after that buyout drops, the first embarrassing loss, which they don't have a whole lot of embarrassing losses. They're all one-possession games. But I think, you got to wonder about it.
I mean, Oklahoma's going to be big noon kickoff. That could be embarrassing if they run them out of the stadium on that stage. And I mean, and let's don't blow past tomorrow. Is there a scenario tomorrow where
North
Dakota maybe not beats them, but how sloppy are they tomorrow to where that win doesn't even count for him?
Well, like last night, Akron had to go to overtime to beat St. Francis, who I didn't even know played football.
Right.
FIU had to go to overtime to beat Bryant.
Yeah.
A game like that where you're having to stave off a really bad team.
I think Nebraska probably goes out and scores 60 tomorrow. I'm just guessing.
Yeah.
You're kind of pulling for the chaos, though, aren't you?
Just
to see
what
would happen.
Why not?
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap, and then LT will have one more question for us. At the end of the show, we've got our picks on the pick 3 that we'll give you our picks for in the final segment coming up. Gutter Cap wants us to make sure that you're house is protected this fall.
Yeah, cap it, don't snap it. Gutter Cap's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping out debris. Eliminate that gutter cleaning forever. Back with a lifetime warranty. Don't get on the roof. You slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Right now, 45% off the retail price for the next round viewer and listener. Call Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212, or go online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Okay, give us one more this segment.
Oh, how about this one? Will there be a first-time program in the college football playoff? We had 2 last year.
Everyone pencils in 3 teams, so we're battling for that 4th spot.
I mean, some you would discuss BYU if they win their whole schedule. If they won out, if they're 12-0, I think they could be that team that was in there. If NC State does what some people think they could do in the ACC, they would be in there. Utah's
the first one everyone goes to.
I would say no. I would bet the odds and say no on that one.
I would too. I'd bet the odds and say no, more likely to fill that 4th slot or the other 2 slots if it's just Alabama and Ohio State and it's not Georgia. To me, are going to be Clemson, who's been there before, Oklahoma, who's been there before.
Maybe Notre Dame if they play Ohio State close. If
you just want to have a fun future bet, I will take one team that has never been to the college football playoff before.
I'll do that. Yeah. We'll make that a New York Butcher Shop steak bet update. You got any food from New York Butcher Shop yet for the weekend?
I am going today to the New York Butcher Shop. I'm going to see Jim and the fine folks there. Look, whether it's steaks, the burgers, premium pork chops. Brown had that not long ago.
So
all
good.
natural chicken. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes. Perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family, ready to heat at home. They've also got those huge deli sandwiches for lunch. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. I think there will be a first time.
Okay, Charles says Texas, according to Dunaway.
That's true. You did say that.
Let's see what they look like in the next couple of weeks.
Did you just bet against it, though? You picked Texas in your...
I did,
that's
but
the way you were.
I just took no. I just took no because LT wanted to go to the other side.
Well, and you were on the right. Odd-wise.
Yeah, we're a quick break here, and we'll be back for a couple of more segments before the day is done here. Don't forget the University of Montevallo will help you with your future. Montevallo now starting to look at next enrollment, next freshman class. Would your son or daughter like to be part of that? If you have a rising senior or a senior this year, a rising senior for next year, or junior in school right now that's starting to explore the college options, keep Montevallo in mind. Montevallo.edu, where you learn all the details. Plus, you can jump on there and schedule an in-person tour, small class sizes. That's going to help them academically. Everything you need in a college when it comes to the University of Montevallo, with great buildings, great Greek life, and a lot more, including 21 NCAA Division II scholarship sports fully funded there at the University of Montevallo. It's montevallo.edu for that in-person tour, montevallo.edu.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time in Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Football season is here, and it's time to do what we do best. Lance'sLock.com is your source for football winners, and for only $90 a month, you won't find a better value anywhere. If you're going to play, you might as well win while you're doing it. Jump in with me and get every lock from every league every single day. College football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA. It's all under the same subscription. $90 a month breaks down to $3 a day. There's not a better deal out there. Subscribe today this year at Lance'sLock.com.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Once again, hats off to Tyler, filling in for Rockstar today, our intern, running all the buttons back there like a big keyboard. Just a terrific job doing all that. Appreciate you, Tyler, for being here on this holiday Friday. Appreciate LT, man. If you're on Lance'sLock.com, if you're following Lance'sLock.com, unbelievable August. And then yesterday cranks out a 2-0-1. A lot of you got in. Some of you got in with a win on the one that we're playing as a tie there. So some of you were 3-0, depending on the man and where you got the point spread on that contest. And we've got a lock coming up right now. LT is going to give you a free play. It's brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. Hemp Hill Services for your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill. Who do you got?
We've got 2 games up tonight, but our free winner for you, 6 o'clock ESPNU. Brown's already been talking about it. Brent Pry makes his debut. Virginia Tech. The number opened at 8.5. It's down to 6. Old Dominion, watch out for the Monarchs. Hayden Wolf at quarterback returning. They've got 17 returning starters. It's a veteran team. I think Old Dominion, I think they might win this game outright.
That's my upset alert, as you might remember, Lance.
I told you I liked it the other day, but I really like it tonight, +6.
Upset alert, and you're taking a team in Old Dominion to beat a defensive-minded coach coming from Penn State in his first year at Virginia Tech.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a good first game for Brent Pry, would it?
It would not.
But I think, people will be patient with him. I think he's a good coach. That's just a tough spot, man. You go on the road to a place like that. That's maybe the biggest team they've ever had come in there. I don't know my Old Dominion history, but I doubt they've had a bigger name, especially a team from Virginia coming in there. It's big.
Yeah, I would doubt it too.
All right, that's the log brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. 205-229-2090, 229-2090 for your heating, plumbing, and cooling needs. Remember the name Hemphill. A couple of more questions from LT. We'll make our pick 3 for the weekend coming up. You can still do it at nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com, all the way up until midnight tonight. We appreciate the hundreds of you who have already done that, and you can jump on there and do it at nextroundlive.com. Pick 3. Pick your pod, pick your games. If you go 3-0, you get a ball in the bucket, you end up being in the drawing for the grand prize at the end of the year.
I don't know the last time this has happened, but will there be a conference with multiple undefeated teams in the regular season?
Well, Brown brought up what year did you look back yesterday? We had 3 unbeaten teams.
That was 2019, I think.
Yeah, but it wasn't same conference.
Different
Same
conferences,
conference,
yeah.
You can't have it in the Big 12, so mark them off. The SEC, I mean, you could have Alabama and Georgia. Ohio State and Wisconsin play one another. That's what hurts you in the Big 10.
Oh, do they
there.
play?
Yeah. Yeah, they play a regular season game.
Think they do, yeah.
Yeah, the Pac-12, I just don't know. I would say SEC is almost your only option there.
Yeah, the only shot is Alabama, Georgia, I think.
Yeah,
And you look at the schedules. I mean, both are going to be double-digit favorites in every game.
I mean, Clemson and NC State play each other, but Clemson doesn't play
Miami. They don't, I don't think. I think you're right. So maybe, I mean, boy, we're putting a lot of faith in Miami. Do you think they'd be undefeated?
I'm going to say no, there's not multiple unbeaten.
Wisconsin's at Ohio State week 4. That's what kills you in the Big 10, I think.
But if it happens, it did
the
happen.
SEC.
You know, Charles is right over there. It did happen in the SEC in 2009.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, Bama and Florida.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. Final question.
Well,
How
who
much
beats Georgia if you think somebody beats them?
Mississippi State.
Mississippi State
right.
in Starkville.
How much improved does Ohio State's defense have to be for Ryan Day to win his first national championship?
I'm going to pull up the numbers here, Jim, if you want to pontificate for a second.
I'm going to say not that much. I mean, we're already talking about, you know, Alabama and Ohio State's offenses can be good. Tyler's not worried about the offense. I think I'm more concerned, even with the quarterback back and Jahmyr Gibbs. I think I'm more worried about the receiving core and the offensive line than I am the defense. And I know that's weird for Alabama fans to put that much trust into Pete Golding and that defense. So I think if you know, not to live in the church, not to be a member of the church in the here and now, like Coach Saban wants us to do, but if we play it out to the championship game, I think Alabama's defense is better prepared to battle Ohio State's offense than Ohio State's offense was last year to battle Alabama's offense. So I don't think they have to improve that much, a little bit, because you feel like Alabama's offense is taking a step back a little.
I don't think they have to improve at all. Brown, before you get to the stats, I mean, they can keep their points per game the exact same. I
They
think
were
the
22
offense,
points per game last year.
22
Yeah.
points per game. When you look at the offenses, you show me one elite offense is going to be on that 12-game schedule. I think they can absolutely dominate offensively.
But I was playing it out to the playoffs, though, too.
Okay. So I think they're going to average over 45 points per game, and once they get to the playoffs, they're just going to have to outscore somebody.
Here's your problem with the points per game, though. While they only gave up 22, let me just give you the decent or good teams they played, okay? Minnesota, they gave up 31 and a win. Oregon, they gave up 35 and a loss. Penn State gave up 24 and a win. Purdue gave up 31 and a loss.
Do the Rose Bowl.
Michigan gave up 42 and a loss. Rose Bowl gave up 45 and a win. The only quality opponent that they stopped was Michigan State, who only scored 7.
Yeah.
All those teams, I mean, they got shootouts with a lot of those teams.
Yeah, so if you just work it down a little bit, I'm not worried about their offense at all.
Yeah, but again, they were a game away from them. I mean, they still went to a Rose Bowl, giving up those kind of points. So I think the offense will be that much better this year.
I think if we do get that game that everyone projects early, that'll be the big storyline when we're out in Los Angeles is Alabama, you know, almost historic-like defense again like Georgia against this historic offense like Ohio State. Something's got to give. That'll be the big L.A. storyline. All right, that's LT's 5 questions that he came up with there for you. Precision Sports will come up with an answer that gets you back in the game pretty quickly.
Yeah, whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
All right, Goose says, I was on the app moving around and didn't get to see the release of the next round cocktail earlier. So, Goose, now that you're back in the video, this is what we're debuting. We'll tell you more about it in our specialty shows tomorrow at 9 a.m. when we do a Next Round game day, and then the post-game wrap tomorrow night on all of our video platform. Next Round cocktails. And Lunsford is putting a list somewhere. Ask Lunsford where the list is, or Lunsford can jump in and tell me of where you can get the Next Round cocktails.
I linked it in the YouTube chat, and I have it up on the website as well.
Okay.
And I'll tweet it out as well.
All right, so we're tweeting it out of where you can find the Next Round cocktails that are now available locally here in the Birmingham metro area and around the great state of Alabama. All right, when we come back, we make our picks. That's coming up on the other side. It'll be a fast return, just like NASCAR returning to Talladega.
877-GO-TO-DEGA is the number you call for those Yellowwood 500 tickets Sunday, October 2nd. The weekend starts Friday, September 30th. Guarantee your weekend experience today by going to TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. You can see all their experiences from the college program to the kids VIP to the Saturday night infield concert with Chase Rice and Bailey Zimmerman. TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey guys, football season's here, and you know you're going to spend a lot of Saturdays and Sundays watching the games. So go ahead and make the call to Blakely's Bouquets. And when it comes time for those special occasions like homecoming or fall formals, Blakely's is the answer too. Trust me when I tell you that Blakely's will go above and beyond with unique custom designs. Order ahead or get speedy same-day deliveries at Blakely'sBouquets.com. That's Blakely'sBouquets.com, or better yet, stop by the store on Oxmoor Road in downtown Homewood. Blakely's Bouquets.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation, from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Back with you, MyBookie AG. MyBookie AG brings us the final segment as we give you our pick three. Pick three is brought to you all years by Buffalo Wild Wings, so we'll tell you more about them before the show is done here. But so many of you have already jumped on MyBookie AG, and we appreciate the love that you guys are showing. If you're playing the games this year, MyBookie AG is a great place to go.
.ag, give them their dot done away. MyBookie.ag wants you.
You don't own the dot. You got to earn the dot.
You earn that dot. Well, they've earned it at MyBookie.ag. You prepare for that winning season right there. Whether you're a veteran bettor or a first-timer, MyBookie gets you the most for your money with a double deposit bonus. It is quick and easy. $250 deposit puts $500 in your account. You can use your funds to bet instantly on as many games, contests, and props as you want. To claim your bonus, register today. Use promo code NEXTROUND. That is NEXTROUND. It is designed to add more excitement to the games and sports you love. Bet on team win totals, predict the Super Bowl winner, or use the MyBookie prop builder and secure the bag. Your winning season begins today exclusively at MyBookie. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. That's MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Hey, if Lunsford, would you do a job and write these down just in case I don't get a chance to write them down? Here we go. My picks for the Buffalo Wild Wings pick three this week. Going to play one power and one question mark and then one underdog to cover. I like Ohio State in a blowout, minus 17.5. I like Louisiana Monroe plus the 37.5 as they play against Texas. That's a big number with Sark having Alabama coming to town the next week. He is not going to empty out a lot of the playbook. I like Terry Bowden to keep it within 37.5. And then on Sunday night, I like LSU, helped out by the crowd in the Superdome, minus 3.5 against Florida State. Florida State has the advantage of playing a game already, but LSU with 16 new faces out of the transfer portal, I think both quarterbacks will play. I think both quarterbacks will play early and throughout. Love their receiving core. Think they run the ball a little bit better. I'm going to take LSU to beat Florida State. That's my Buffalo Wild Wings pick three. What about you, Lance?
I'm going to take Texas San Antonio. Everybody's talking about Houston running the table being this year's Cincinnati. I think the Roadrunners won the game outright. I don't know what our number is. I think it's 4.5.
4.5. There's a reason.
Ohio State minus the 17.5. I agree with you, Dunaway. I think this game is going to be a blowout. And then I'm going to take Oregon State because I'm a Beaver believer.
A believer. I am taking UTSA plus 4.5 as well. I just saw her Dana Holgerson tells the Houston Chronicle today they're concerned about the Alamo Dome pumping in crowd noise.
Fake noise.
Fake noise. When you're thinking about stuff like that, you're already beat.
I like it.
Appalachian State.
Boy, that guy worries about so much.
He really does.
I mean, that Birmingham press
Yep.
conference at the Birmingham Bowl this last year. Wow.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Appalachian State as the pick. It is their Super Bowl. I think it's going to be a scoring fest. Gene Chiswick's defense struggled a little bit in week one. I think they just outscore in a shootout. And then East Carolina plus the 11.5. Give me those two home dogs.
Thank you, Buffalo Wild Wings, for doing the pick three again this year. Great locations to watch the games.
Yeah, 10 locations in the Birmingham Central Alabama area, including those new locations, Chelsea and Oxford. Almost 20 years in the market, serving up the absolute best atmosphere and wings around. Best place to be, football Saturdays and Sundays. And don't forget about their takeout available through the Buffalo Wild Wings app.
Goose thinks North Carolina had their scared straight game last week. He thinks they come out and take Appalachian State in Boone. That's a fun game. That's a must-see in that 11 o'clock window on ESPNU. And a lot of people picking East Carolina to beat NC State. That's in that 11 o'clock straight out of game day window on ESPN. Go enjoy it tomorrow, man. Enjoy it tonight. We'll talk about it on Monday. We're here on Labor Day. We're going to work on Monday with you guys. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.